meetings this evening will be broadcast live on the Town of Double Oak YouTube channel. Once in the channel or in the link from our website, please push on the live button. I would now like to ask our Town Secretary, Eileen Kennedy, to please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Schoenrad. Here. Mr. Wisenhunt.
Here.
Ms. Parsons. Here. Ms. Hilliard. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Town Council Member Scott Wisenhunt will now lead us in an invocation. We thank you for the opportunity to come and serve our town. We pray for your guidance and the wisdom that you can bestow upon us to make the right decisions and do what is necessary for the sake of the town and our personal agendas. Keep our public safety officers safe, keep our military safe, and hopefully free from conflict. And we pray. Amen. Thank you, Scott. Town Council Member Jean Hilliard will now lead our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you, Jean. I think we're getting feedback that there's no sound on the live stream. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know where Brian is.
He's in his office. I'll text him.
Yeah, if you could, please. Thank you.
Yep.
So our first item this evening will be done in a closed session, Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. It's in reference to police vehicle connectivity, equipment, software, and services through the Texas Department of Information Resources. Section 551.076 also references that there are, but for the deployment and specific occasions for implementation of security and personnel devices, that these may not be conducted in an open meeting. So the town, so we will now go into a closed session. It is now 7:03, and we will reconvene after the closed session. It is now 7:31. We will reconvene the meeting. Item number 3. Number 1, consideration and action on approving police vehicle connectivity equipment, software, and services through the Texas Department of Information Resources Cooperative, purchasing in the amount not to exceed $10,000. Town Council, is there any further discussion?
No, I don't have any further questions.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the police vehicle connectivity equipment, software, and services through Texas Department of Information Resources Cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $10,000. I second.
I'd like to ask our Town Secretary, Eileen Kennedy, to please call the vote.
Ms. Hilliard? Aye. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Schoenred?
Aye.
Ms. Parsons?
Aye.
Mr. Wisenhunt?
Aye. Agenda item on the consideration action on approving police vehicle connectivity equipment, software, and services through Texas Department of Information Resources Cooperative, purchasing in an amount not to exceed $10,000 has passed. The next segment of the council meeting is intended for citizen comments on any subject except for those matters that appear on the agenda. Where did we put the list?
Somebody else on there.
I thought they brought them to me too.
But if somebody else came in and signed.
Those citizens wishing to address an agenda item will be recognized at the appropriate time. Any citizen comments at this time will not receive any verbal council response, nor must the citizen expect any discourse with the mayor pro tem or any other council member. This is a procedural rule not intended to convey a lack of interest or discourtesy, but rather to provide time for all citizens to speak and to move on to new business of the council. As a reminder of all proceedings of the town council, including citizens' comments, they are recorded for record-keeping purposes. First citizen up on the non-agenda item list is Dave Hilder. Please come forward.
Dave Hilliard, 170 Trailing Oaks Drive, Double Oak, Texas. I've lived in Double Oak since 2013. I'm here to talk about police. I just want to hear in support of 24/7 policing, which I believe since I've lived here we've had, and it's been the safest city I've ever lived in my life, so I'm supporting it. I do know that it takes more resources to provide 24/7 service for a small community as a percentage of your total resources available than it does a larger city. I mean, like, for instance, Flower Mound can provide 24/7 to its 80,000 citizens, and they have one officer for every 764 citizens. We have one officer for every 340 citizens at the present time. I am in support of that. I don't know what it cost me specifically, but whatever it is, I believe it's worth it. And so I would just ask the town council, I'm one citizen expressing my views, I would ask the town council, as representatives of the whole town, to make sure you're on board with 24/7, and that you're on board with providing both wages and benefits that are competitive in the community, that you're what you're in competition with. Because I'm a little concerned that I've heard that some offers have been made and rejected because we weren't competitive. So that's my whole point, is make sure that you are on board with 24/7, and that if you are, then you have to be on board with what it costs to provide it. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Kenan Moffett. Did I pronounce your name right?
You sure did, thank you. I'm Kelly Moffett, 140 Shady Oaks Lane. I've lived here for 29 years. In reference to our police department and pay, I personally, my own opinion is, I think that all of our police officers at a minimum should be paid at least $70,000 entry. If they're willing to stand up and take a bullet for you, I think my life is worth it. It's only about twice, when you get an hourly rate, it's only about twice what a teenager makes doing hamburgers at any fast food restaurant. Regarding health benefits, I held over 30 years in healthcare administration. Please make sure that the benefits afforded will allow for a reasonable copay so that small issues do not become life-threatening issues and break the budget. On that subject, please just make sure that you would be willing for your family to live under the same benefits. Now, I'm not sure whether the SLFRP funds come now or whether I need to go sit down and come back. I only have 2 comments.
Yeah, if you're chairman, please. Yeah.
Number 1, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Number 2, employees of the town and of the police and anybody else that came under this purview should not be penalized by the mismanagement by supervisory people, including the former mayor. The indemnification insurance of the town would be, I think, in my personal opinion, the first step to stop to look at, see where this goes, because these funds were administered from the federal government. And the federal government also equates to the FBI.
Thank you. Mary Johnson?
Mary Johnson, I live at 164 Spark Drive, Dublin. Been here 17 years almost. I just would like just to restate that the current town council members have encouraged at all town council meetings as well as to attend the meetings, and I think it's very important that if citizens have concerns that they communicate directly with the town council members. I think that's very important. Or also come to the meetings and speak your voice. I think that's very important as well. And as a reminder that the town council members are indeed volunteered positions that are encouraged to keep open minds to hear the concerns of all Double Oak citizens. I've attended all the town council meetings since May, and even prior to that, and there has been no discussion regarding defunding the police, and I know our meeting minutes will also support and confirm this information. The recent messaging of some signage in our community has many citizens, including myself, they're concerned, and I'm very concerned that we're sending the wrong message to any future recruits of our open positions in our town, including the vacant police positions, and also our future citizens that are looking to move to Double Oak and enjoying many of the benefits that we receive and enjoy every single day of our living here. So I'd like to encourage the parties of the signage, whoever's been putting them up, to reconsider the short-term as well as the long-term impact of the signage, and I encourage you to communicate directly with our town council members and stand up just as I am today and voice your concerns. I believe that our Double Oak citizens want the best for our small community. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Gary and Eileen Loskut. Did I pronounce your last name correctly? Thank you.
We're Gary and Eileen Loskott. We live over at 230 Double Oaks Drive, and we've been here since 1996. We love our town immensely, And we love our police force and all of our fire department, and we just wanted to make sure that we do continue to have 24/7 police coverage, and that they are paid a fair wage so that we can compete with other communities, so we can keep our force intact. I literally would not be alive in here today if it wasn't for our police department. I respect them immensely, and so does my husband, and we just want to make sure they are taken care of, and so they can take care of us.
Thank you. Very much appreciate all the citizen comments. Moving on to item 5, consent agenda. All consent agenda items listed are considered to be routine by the town council and will be enacted on by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Information concerning the consent agenda item is available for public review. The minutes of the previous meeting have been distributed per the administration rules, section 1.402, Romanet L of Double Oak Town Ordinance, which is 72 hours prior to the scheduled time of the meeting. Are there any corrections or considerations for the minutes of the August 1st, 2022 meeting?
I have a correction. In the attendance, I believe it was Randall Anglin who was present at our last meeting instead of IT Brian Schultz. Because you're in number 4 on the agenda. I'd ask that that be amended to the minutes. I didn't see anything else.
Anything else from other town council? Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting of August 1st with the corrected?
I so move to approve the motion of the minutes from August 1st as corrected.
Second.
Thank you.
So I'm confused, because weren't we supposed to all,
Yeah.
wasn't that whole consent agenda piece, you do both of them together? So the minutes and the proclamation that's in there? That's
Yeah.
what is proposed here
Right.
in the agenda?
Right.
So at this point, do we just let that motion fail and then we make a new motion, or do we do them separately?
You can do them separately. I just seconded it because there was a correction on the minutes, so just to make a determination doesn't matter.
I understand the motion to be to approve the consent agenda that includes
To include
the
it, okay.
minutes with that
Okay,
correction.
that's the clarification I needed. Okay, so it's all of
Okay.
it at this point?
Right.
Thank you, okay.
So I'll withdraw my motion.
Wait, no.
No, you were good.
We're good. I was
Okay.
asking clarification, and he
All
said
right.
yes, he
It's
understood it
already
to
been
mean that way.
seconded. You can't withdraw
Sorry,
it.
we don't usually have the 2 items in the consent agenda, and it got confusing.
We're good. We just need a roll.
I'm going to have Eileen Kennedy call for a vote.
Ms. Parsons?
Aye.
Ms. Hilliard?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Wizenhunt?
Aye.
Ms. Schoenred?
Aye.
The consent agenda and consideration on the minutes of August 1st have passed. Item number 3 is a proclamation in support of United Way of Denton County. And I will read the proclamation. Proclamation, United Way of Denton County. Whereas United Way of Denton County has been identifying Denton County's needs and responding to them for over 69 years. And whereas United Way of Denton County is unparalleled in the power to assemble partners, providers, and resources to address the needs of neighbors in crisis. And whereas United Way of Denton County works with a network of nonprofits across Denton County to address a variety of needs, including feeding those who face food insecurity, preparing children for success in school, work, and life, and connecting those in crisis with resources to pay bills, stay in their homes, and find employment. And whereas the United Way of Denton County remains committed more than ever before to bring people together to help our communities recover, rebuild, and thrive. Now, therefore, we declare September 2022 Live United Month and ask you to join United Way of Denton County in calling on all residents of Double Oak to live united. That is a proclamation by Double Oak, Texas on August 15th.
Who signs it?
Uh,
The mayor, because it says mayor of Double Oak. We don't have one.
yeah. We'll have to get that signed. Okay. And I don't believe we have to take action. Yep. Yep. Item number 6, mayor and council members and staff reports. I'll open it up to the mayor and council. Council, do you have any reports?
I wanted to give a thanks out to our volunteer fire department. I don't know if you guys caught the news segment, but they were involved in a horse rescue in the mud, so that's good press for our town. And appreciate the comments from the citizens on the police signs. I had a few of my own, and it's not an agenda item, but it doesn't reflect well on the town, nor have we had any discussions about defunding the police. In fact, if you go back to the minutes, you'd see that the town council has approved many expenditures for our police department in regards of cameras for their uniforms as well as their cars, a new purchase of a car, and we approved communication tools so that they have the best equipment out there for themselves. And their budget that was approved last September has not been touched and is not looking to be touched. So just wanted to put that out there. I'm concerned about the signs conveying a message that we're not supporting our police, which we do, and that anybody passing through our town have disrupted other communities in our nation in the last couple of years with riots and stuff because they want to take up a cause. And I don't want Double Oak to be the victim of that because they want to take up a cause provoked by some town signs that are not, in my view, and what I've seen, what former council has done and what we have done since we came aboard, have done to support our police department. So I just want to caution that for those who are behind the signs. Oh, and Gary Goodman, just a shout out to you because I appreciated your spreadsheet work this week. Thank you.
Other council?
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have an update on the Denton County bond project?
Yes.
So are you going to do that now? Because we don't have an agenda item for that, do we?
Yeah, no, I was going to do it during so the Denton County bond issue on the roads or TRIP 2022. As you may have seen through some of the press or there was something across Timbers the other day, Double Oak is included on the bond issue for Kings Road. The item for the intersection of Hawks, McMakin, Shiloh, and Kings is all to take place on Flower Mound land. So Denton County and Flower Mound is taking control of that piece of the project. No designs have been even thought about at this moment. I have had assurances from Denton County Commissioners Court that Kings Road will not be a 4-lane road. But the design of the road still has yet to be determined, which gives the citizens of Double Oak a lot of time to get together and come up with what we think is going to be the best thing for Kings Road. It is my understanding that the Waketon project, which we're still seeing right out front, was a part of the 2008 TRIP project. So these things just do not pop up and happen overnight. So we will be well involved in the planning of, and I believe that our former mayor, Mike Donnelly, even spoke, I believe, at one of the last meetings and talked about all of the meetings that they held in conjunction with Waketon Road. We expect for those to be done exactly the same way. And I did thank Commissioner Diane Edmondson for allowing Double Oak to come to the table at the very last minute and be a part of the bond program. Does that meet what you're looking for?
Thank you. Yes, I'll also provide an update because I spoke to the Denton County office as well. And agree, that is in line with what what they discussed with me because I just called them asking for an update. we talked about a few different items that were kind of covered in prior meetings, that the county does expect towns in the future to pay half the cost of the road, but they also understand that that's not fully in place yet. And so they did confirm that what was discussed with former Mayor Booker was that in the past we had put a couple $100,000 towards Waketon. And so they did confirm that they had let him know that Double Oak should start setting aside $125,000, $150,000 a year. And I know people said that we, as a former council, did not discuss the Denton County road bond project at all. And that's incorrect. As you can see on our balance sheet, earlier this year, we set aside $125,000 for the Denton County road bond project going forward. So we have already started that process and forward thinking of roads that we would want to be considered and would want the county to help us with, because we realized Kings Road was something that we could not afford on our own. The town of Double Oak could not. They also said that after everything that has gone on in the media and in the last couple council meetings of ours in Bartonville, and they said I was allowed to share this. They said that they've been sharing it with anybody who calls Denton County to talk to them about the roads, specifically Kings, McMakin, mainly McMakin, Shiloh, that whole intersection and those roads. The former mayor of Bartonville did call them and say that he did speak with Mayor Booker and had agreed to go into that together, that they were all in alignment of wanting to do those roads. Of course, clearly Flower Mound was in alignment with that because they're the ones who are still pushing the project with Downton County. And so they said, yes, please get the word out there that that was not something, our former mayor has been kind of dragged through the mud for that. And they wanted it to be clear, and that's what they've been communicating as well, that they've been told that that was previously discussed with the former mayor of Bartonville. And that mayor said to the county that they really should have communicated that to the new mayor. So that would have been known, but I just wanted that to be out there for people, and you can call and talk to the county yourself if you want to follow up on any of those items. And they said that they love citizen participation. They said they've heard from a couple of Double Oak citizens who have concerns, and they discuss it with them, and basically what we've talked about, that citizens will be involved in the process going forward. They gave me a brief little overview of how the process goes, and they said for Kings Road what would happen is basically they come out and they do a traffic survey and or a traffic study, and they help determine how wide the road needs to be. Now, agreed, they're not looking at a 4-lane road, but they said there are studies done to try and figure out the best use of the land, but also safety for our first responder vehicles and just regular traffic, and for pedestrians, people along the road, and the people that live there. And so they try to take all those things into account and said, absolutely, our concerns would be heard. It is a partnership. And so I think at this point I was encouraged by that, of us just kind of moving on in that direction, but wanted to share the feedback that I had received by calling the county.
Thank you.
I have a comment. I had a very good fire department overview from Bob Bowman a week ago and was very impressed. And having some firefighters in the family, nephews, it's kind of become a subject near and dear to my heart. So although the mayor is the liaison to the fire department, I would like to volunteer to add myself to that list. 2 isn't too many. So I'd like to volunteer to be a town council liaison in addition to the mayor to the fire department.
Okay.
I'll be glad to have you, Gene.
Thank you.
You got that down right, Eileen? All right, thank you. Any other comments from council? I just have a couple here. Phyllis Meyerson, who's here today, contacted me regarding the upcoming Board of Adjustments and Planning and Zoning Commission open positions and reappointments. I believe Phyllis will be sending out emails to all the BOA and P&Z members this week or soon. Yeah. It saves the telephone tag.
Yeah. Phyllis Meyerson, 133 Eastview Court. I am the chairman of Board of Adjustments. I also served on, Board of Adjustments. I also served on Planning and Zoning many years ago. It is August. I am a creature of habit. I do the same thing every year. I send out notices to the people on the list that show that their term is over as of this year, 2022. The terms are over, and the lawyer and Eileen and staff can correct me. I believe our terms run October 1 to October 1. The information I need from you guys, and I know you can't technically answer it tonight, is two things. I need to know whether the council wants to meet with the people who are being reappointed. I ended up sending out these notices when one day Charlotte said to me, "Are you sending out the notices?" I went, "What notices?" "I guess I'm sending out the notices." So I've been doing it for a good number of years. Years and years and years ago, the council never met with the reappointments. Some of these people have been on these councils and commissions for years and years and years. If you want to meet with them, I need to tell them that. I also would like to tell them, not critical, what meeting in September, which I believe you need to make the decision in September for an October 1st effective date, which meeting you will address it. My memos are drafted. My attachment is attached. I just need the answers. I don't know what P&Z does. The chairman's only been there about a year, and Lynn did volunteer to send the emails if I didn't want to do that. I'm happy to do it. It's ready to go.
I have already sent them out to P&Z,
Okay.
and I've gotten all the answers back except for one so far, so
Okay.
that's taken care of.
Great, thank you.
So what did you tell them about meeting with the council and the date?
I have not yet.
So you use the same wishy-washy language as I have in my email right now. Just saying. I would like to do it all at once, but I'm happy to send it out, today or tomorrow with wishy-washy language. I'm good at that.
We will get a date. Phyllis, thank you. Last thing I had on there is that an update on the SLFRF funds. I've spoken with the town attorney. He is reviewed or still in review. We have not had discussion as it relates to the results of the report that Carl Deaton provided to the town, and so we do expect to have bring that back onto a future agenda to discuss what the next steps are with the SLFRF funds are to be. Just timing-wise, just couldn't get together and get all of the information put together. It's not an easy, it's a little bit complicated, but we will be working together to get that figured out. Item number 5, Public Works, Code Enforcement, Animal Control.
I do have something. Let me pull it up on the screen.
And the animal control reports were in your packet.
That's the master plan.
That's good.
So the first thing I actually wanted to mention was the proposal of a Millen overlay. This intersection is actually here at Waketon and then Waketon Extension. As you can see, this is the new concrete portion that's actually currently going in. And then this is Waketon Extension. Highlighted in yellow is what HAF has sent over, just asking questions about if we were considering going ahead and doing a Millen overlay this year or possibly doing it in next year. The idea behind this is the handicap ramps are actually going in, and so are the landings on both sides of the intersection. So it's not just one side, what you actually see in green here on the, which would be the west side of the road. There are going to be handicap landings on that other end. So the idea is to do the Millen overlay that would merge up with the concrete section so that that area is actually done all at the same time prior to them actually going in there and marking the road so that it's done efficiently and effectively, and that way that it all matches up. It would be interesting, to say the least, if they did try to mill and overlay after the ramps were in there and try to meet that. They could, but then you would want to make sure that you get the grading properly. So it's an idea to think about as far as whether or not we want to do that. One of two things that could be done. It would either be added to what we currently approved for our mill and overlay street repairs, which the last time that we talked was around about $53,000 on the last approval, or waiting till we go into the next, wait until we get the budget approved and then look at possibly doing it around that time, and then having it done right around the time whenever they finish the concrete work on this side, and then making sure it's done before they actually go in and put the markings on the road. So I just wanted to bring that to y'all to make y'all aware, something to think about. I definitely can get them to give us a proposal. I do know that that Half Construction did indicate that it would be roughly estimated, the mill and overlay for that section would be about $20,000. And it would go into Waketon Extension for roughly about 16 feet. So it would improve the areas which we are currently patching regularly on that side where the residents are leaving that part of the intersection, because the fact that it is so narrow. So it would be a good idea when they do that mill and overlay, it would improve that section which they regularly travel through when they're exiting their street. So, which is the only entryway. All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so update time. Well, one other thing. I did want to mention the consideration of looking at parking lot striping. So we know that whenever the road is done, the road is going to get striped. One thing that I did talk to Half about is considering having the same company who's going to actually do the marking for the roads do our striping. We could get a bid from them and look at that and see what that cost analysis is. It should be roughly around $6,000, and we're talking about the actual parking spots, handicap, as well as the fire lane. So those all need to be done around the same time anyways. Some of it was done by hand before, but we are missing some of the necessary elements of that, which is fire lane, no parking, fire lane stuff that needs to be in there per code. So it would be essential at that time. It may not be a bad idea to look and at least see how much they're talking about doing, since they would be doing it at the same time anyways. So just food for thought.
Thank you.
All right, so update as far as what's been done over the last couple of months. So I wanted to kind of give y'all a little visual overview. You know, that's something I like doing, so here we go. Words are one thing, actually seeing's another. So all right, so road repairs is what we're going to start with. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about was giving kudos to Gary Garrett and Gary Goodman. They are on our Roads and Drainage Committee. They are a huge asset to our town, and honestly, they're a huge blessing. They have been a huge blessing to me personally. And so a few weeks ago, we were here super early in the morning, actually right before the dawn, technically, setting up cones. We actually saw Mayor Pro Tem. Wow, he was actually out walking at the time. It was a pleasure to see him and see some of the residents. We did do some crack sealing on this road. We do projects ourselves. It's not just what we contract out. We do small projects to try to assist in the effort, and especially whenever we see something coming up that may be necessary that's actually not on our improvements for the next year or two. So we try to assist those along just to make sure that those don't continue to get worse. So ultimately, we did it, so far we've conducted repairs in front of 220 Timberleaf Drive. We crack sealed with blacktop filler. We did 8 tubes of the material and some speed patch due to some elevation issues in one of the cracks where it had some issues. At about 251 feet total was the measurement on the amount of feet that we did of material, roughly about $56.42 of material. So it was fairly cheap, and it keeps it from actually allowing water penetrations ultimately when we go into the wintertime, causing it to erode even faster. So
You both did a great job.
yeah,
It looks very nice.
Well, I appreciate them.
Yes.
I'm kudos to them too. So thank you very much. Simmons Road, I actually did this 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, roughly, in front of 411 Simmons Road and 281 Simmons Road. As you notice that there's some flex-based materials in those areas. When I was out there, I did notice that there was a lot of rock that was broken out, and there were about 3 to 4 inches deep in those zones. We are looking for this. This is something that we really have to pay attention to, especially since it is around a manhole cover. It does allow water to penetrate those areas, and it does cause larger issues at a later date and time. And as everybody knows, concrete repairs are a lot more expensive than asphalt repairs. So if you see something like this, please let me know. Be happy to take care of that issue. We have some others that we have in our foresight upcoming, so I just appreciate anything y'all have. If y'all do, y'all are my eyes and ears as well. I try to cover as much road as I can, but if you see something, let me know. On Double Oaks Drive at the North Woodland Trail on the east side, we did have some cracks, some superficial cracks in that area. We did go ahead and, I went ahead and excavated some of the rock out, chipped it out so that it had a good area for holding, and did the exact same sealant in this section. And we also had to do it on the opposite side of the street, which was on Double Oaks Drive on the west side. While we were there, I did actually notice that there was some erosion control issues due to the head walls that were installed there, and was starting to erode that section out. And as a temporary fix that ultimately it will hold for a while, but as a temporary fix until we can determine how we would like to tackle this issue at a later date and time because of the type of head walls that were chosen at this intersection, I went ahead and put 3 bags of concrete with 3/4 inch steel rebar driven through 3 foot into the ground, and then did it on each level. So that way we didn't have a continual washout, and I definitely didn't want somebody to walk off in there and then actually end up getting injured. So we actually ended up putting 3 bags of concrete in that spot at this time. At 531 Kings Road, we did actually get a citizen who brought this one forward, which was I was really appreciative. As you can see, we got some of the citizens that were driving by on a golf cart waving at me whenever I was out there. It's much appreciated. We actually ended up putting 7 bags of cold patch mix in this zone that needed to be placed in there, was really needed. And so that was one of the repairs. Waketon Extension, I did state earlier that it is an issue just because it is really narrow in that section. And for a lot of the larger vehicles, in order to pull out to this intersection, they have to pull a little bit further. And when they make that turn, often they end up driving off in the dirt area, and it just continues to erode. The contractors for the Waketon project has been gracious enough to add rock. I went behind and smashed that down and then put a cold mix repair on there. I've actually placed a total of 9 bags in that zone right now. That actually hardens. It's about as hard as concrete by the time it's all done with, but that's one of the repairs that was added, so that way they were able to make that turn. All right, so signs. We do repair them. I thought this would be a little bit of fun, but I did actually was at Highview the other day, and somebody was having fun. I'm sure it was a kid. They threw a slice of cheese. It was about as hard as a rock, and we got it removed. I giggled. I was a teenager once, so I get it. So, but anyways, we got that removed. So we were able to salvage that sign, save the town a little bit of money. We did replace the Cross Timbers Drive and Ridgebriar Lane stop sign. The reflectivity out of that sign was nil. It didn't actually have any whatsoever. So it is now replaced, so when you do drive at night, you will be able to see that stop sign. The same went for the in front of 835 Cross Timbers Drive. We did replace the slow children at play sign. We had a few of those that had no reflectivity, and they were also starting to fade pretty badly, so we went ahead and had those replaced. Kings Road, we did quite a bit on Kings Road. There were a lot of speed limit signs that had, one, no reflectivity, and they were already starting to crack within the number, so I went ahead and replaced those with what we actually had already in stock. As you can see, I'm going to go through a few of them. You're going to just see throughout the photos that you can definitely see that they're different than they were before. But right here on the left, you can see there's no reflection whatsoever, and on this, you can actually see the reflectivity. So at night, you should be able to see your speed limit signs. So if officers are out, you can't say that you actually didn't see it. It actually is visible now. So, and the same thing at Victory Lane, we replaced that one as well. One of the things that we do check on the culverts that the town is responsible for is things like overgrowth. Recently had to, and I know it's really hard to tell in this picture just because of the green, but this is actually about a 14-foot tree that started to grow near the entry of the one of the culverts, and then, of course, a small shrub in that area. Those are both gone, so that's something that we also take into consideration. One of the things that we have looked at and that we would like to definitely bring, we were asked about, what are areas that are needing some attention. When they do arise, they're usually on a complaint basis because we don't see every crossing culvert, but this one in particular actually came to our attention, and it's at the 180 block of Trailing Oaks Drive. As you can see, you've got a partial ground cover that's actually about 50% coverage on that end. And then you can see in the pipe it's starting to rust. But what I really want everybody to pay attention to is the fact that we're actually having a partial collapse at where the joints meet. And so this is a good candidate for whenever we're considering replacement. When we see pipes starting to do this, you're definitely starting to see a decline. And the more water that travels through there, the more you're just ticking against the time, essentially at that point. So it's something that we look for when we are made aware of it. We'll definitely bring it to the council's attention to definitely get that taken care of and replaced. And I know that the Mayor Pro Tem actually brought this to y'all's attention at the last council meeting, but here's a visual of what we had and what we have now. Definitely a huge difference. That's exactly how it was supposed to be initially. I actually did meet with the contractor out on site prior to him putting it up to give the one last blessing when I actually got to see the size, and I said, I need to see the measurement, actually show me what you're putting out there. And so it looks a lot better. It's actually what it was meant to look like in the first place. And that's it for the update for Public Works.
Thank you, Randall. That's great.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Administration.
The only thing I have to report is I had spoke with TML on the property insurance, and TML doesn't do appraisals anymore. So in order to see if we are properly covered for the building and the inside, we would have to get a private appraiser to come out and do it. As far as the cars and fire trucks and everything, I think we're good on all those. We just need to get the coverage on the new Tahoe. And the cybersecurity, they say we're well covered on it, so it's good. And that's it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Public safety.
Well, we lost another officer this week. He resigned. So we're down to 3, and 3 administrators, which one of them is also out until undetermined. And no candidates yet, no applications coming in. We are still waiting on our body cameras to arrive so that we can get those, because ours aren't holding a charge anymore. And we definitely have to have that coverage constantly. Also, Randall, with the signs, did we get that end of school zone sign uncovered on Waketon? I couldn't get down that way because there were 18-wheelers blocking the roadway this.
I saw it on Waketon. The end of school zone?
Yes. Is it still covered?
It is still covered.
Wait, the one when you're headed
West. The tree covers it.
Okay, it's there. It's just the tree is blocking it some.
Yeah.
Because I saw
Yeah,
it. Because
there's
I
a
was
limb.
watching.
There is a
thinking, where
limb
is it
that's
now?
overhanging, and it's really heavy because of all the growth from the summer. It does need to be trimmed.
And they
in. I will
temporarily
take
moved it over, so.
Yes.
We
Gotcha.
want to make sure, because in my personal vehicle, I was driving that way and somebody was just zooming the first day of school down there. So I just want to make sure that they're
Definitely, I
aware they're
appreciate
still
it.
in a school zone. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess we had some emails that I was made aware of that came through. Y'all have a copy of it. I just want to let y'all know. I was just made aware before we came in.
Yes, and those emails that were, we won't take the time to read them during the meeting. But they
Absolutely.
are going to be entered into the public record.
Okay.
So for anybody that had done an email, they will be public record.
Okay. And any of you people that are willing to go to the academy, please feel free. We need people. If you're willing to go to the police academy and come work for me, I will take you. I have none. You see, I'm here.
And I will say, for any in the audience who are wondering right now, the reference to emails is, we have 4 different emails at our desk that were put here, all in support of our police department. And in some of the prior meetings, emails have been read in the meetings. So interesting that we're changing that tonight. I know it says we don't have to, but in the past, the town has. But I want everyone to know here that there are 4 emails in front of us from citizens, in addition to some that I think we personally received through our town emails.
That's all I have.
I'm okay. It's 8:16. I'm okay if they're read out loud.
Yeah, would you like to read them?
Go for it.
I didn't read through all of them.
I would say 2 are basically the same. It's
Are
just
they?
different names, so those 2 you could probably just read
Okay.
once and read
I
it
think
from
I
the
see
2
it here.
people.
Yeah.
Okay. One of them we received from Miss Amy Houston and her husband David have lived in Double Oak for the last 3 years. We are very proud of our community and appreciate the protection provided by our police department. I have heard that our current police department is no longer receiving insurance benefits, and there is a consideration to limit police coverage to citizen patrol at night in order to cut costs. I feel very strongly that our police deserve to be treated with honor, respect, wages reflective of their service, and sacrifice and insurance benefits. I also feel that our community requires police presence at any time of day should the need arise. I am not comfortable with the idea of calling 911 at night only to have a citizen patrol respond when it's too late. In an emergency, seconds count, which is why our first responders are needed. I respectfully request that a proper salary, health insurance coverage, and maintaining police presence around the clock be the standard for our Double Oak Police Department. And that's sincerely Miss Amy Houston. This one says, good evening. Our message to the town council is that we do not want citizen patrol for Double Oak. We would like the council members to look at the budget and see where money can be taken to give the budget to hire more officers with a competitive salary and benefits. Thank you. Rick and Tina Mound off of Chapel Court. And then I have been a citizen of Double Oak for the past 20 years and have always loved the small town atmosphere as well as the safe and secure sense of community. It was brought to my attention that the town was having a hard time recruiting police officers due to the lack of support, insurance benefits, and competitive salary rates. In emergency situations, it is essential that we have the support of our local police department and not have to count on our town citizens or ourselves to police our town. We all know crime in on the rise. I'm sure it is on the rise. And when word gets out that we do not have police on duty, Double Oak will be a hot spot for crime. Please consider supporting our safety as well as our local police department. And that's Laura Dutt on Chapel Court, Waketon Road. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So David, Amy, Rick, Tina, and Laura, we appreciate you taking the time to email the town, and thank you for reading those, and they will be a part of public record.
Thank you.
Public safety, anything from our Double Oak Volunteer Fire Department?
No, I do my report the first
Okay.
council meeting. But as Connie said, that was an interesting call. We have never rescued a horse before, so so that was a learning lesson for us also. It was
Somebody had a llama, like the week before.
Oh,
Another
really?
volunteer department had a llama stuck in mud.
it was a Belgian, so it was a big horse too. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's awesome.
I'm surprised I found
I thought that was pretty cool, too. Roads and drainage.
I'll try to be brief. Gary Goodman, 131 Trailing Oaks, Double Oak, Texas, 75077. It occurred to me last Sunday's budget meeting that there was probably a good way to estimate how much money we would need per year to satisfy what we have called the 5-year plan for crack sealing. The 5-year plan for crack sealing is we want to crack seal every asphalt-like road within a 5-year period, okay? So every road gets crack sealed at least on a 5-year basis. And based on that and the current estimates for road crack sealing for this year, so they're current estimates, not past history, I developed an estimate, and that estimate came to $40,000 a year. The budget, I think, has been $35,000 a year for several years in a row, and I think we need to catch up with that if we're going to stay on this 5-year cycle of crack sealing roads. Thank you. Any questions?
No, but I really appreciate that. That was fantastic work. Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Wooden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 8, number 9, discussion, consideration, and action on fiscal year 2022-2023 health insurance plan. We do have citizens' comments. Kenan Moffett.
I spoke previously, sir.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, thank you. We also had Pat Wellen.
So I have a letter that I previously sent to y'all, so I'm going to read it because I read on there that y'all didn't read out letters, so that's why I put my name down. I'm Pat Wellen, 140 Forest Park Drive. And so this is in response to the alternatives that we have here and the last council meeting, which I was present. And so I'm just going to go ahead and read out a little bit of what I put in there. The reality of insurance cost increases this year and in the future years is a reality that all of us at work have to deal with right now. I know I'm dealing with it in my personal life also. Ours keep on going up and up and up too. I would hate to see the council kick the can down the road on this and keep everything the same, and then next year have to make larger changes instead of making smaller changes over time for employees. My employer waited until it became unsustainable and they could no longer pay for us. And then suddenly we had huge increases. And our insurance agent did say he is expecting increases next year as well. You'll have two options in front of you, I think, that y'all decided to look at. Option alternative 1, which actually reduces the annual deductible to $750 and the out-of-pocket to $150 or $1,500 a year. So that's less than what it currently is for the employees. So they would actually have lower out-of-pocket, but it increases the amount that the city pays by 13%. If you select this option, my recommendation that I wrote in my letter to you was that this is great because it will keep the out-of-pocket costs down, but you should look at the dependent coverage. I think you should pay 100% of employees' coverage. That is something I would not want to see the town go away from. Because I know as an employee, paying 100% was something that I really enjoyed whenever my employer did that. But I think you do need to look at the spouses and child coverage, because in my research that I did of other towns around us, nobody else pays that, basically. It ranges from about 30% to about 50% instead of the 75% that our town is currently paying. Option number 2 is the other option that y'all were looking at, and that raises the out-of-pocket and deductible to $1,500 and $3,000, which is $500 more than they currently have on the current plan and $1,000 more for the other side. If you choose this one, then I would say that the employees will be paying more out of pocket, and I would leave the employee and the dependent benefits the same as they currently are at 75%. because you will be increasing costs to the employees through the other part. So that's a little change instead of having a huge change where you change both at the same time. I believe if you don't do this, every time we talk about budget, y'all keep on talking about how y'all don't want to stay at the no new funds rate. You want to keep it up where we are now on our taxes, even though that would increase the cost to us because our home values all just rose. What are we going to do? I know I keep hearing this, well, we can't go down because then what will we do to pay for this if we do? I want you to consider that also. I think this is unsustainable if we continue to pay higher and higher cost every year over time. So thank you.
Thank you, Pat. So I do want to note, make a note for the record, the town of Double Oak would like to recognize and thank Rodney Dryden of Wellspring Insurance Agency and TML Health Benefits Pool for allowing the town council the time to vote on these plans for our town employees. An extension of the date was provided by both parties. At the end of the meeting today, the town secretary and I will send the appropriate paperwork to TML for our 2023 insurance plan. This discussion, consideration, and action is in regards to which plan the town council approves. Obviously, does anyone have that PowerPoint that showed so that the town citizens could see it? I do.
Do you? You mean like just the spreadsheet?
Yeah, the spreadsheet. So they were very gracious. They did not have to do what they needed to do, and they were basically ready to renew us at the rate that with the plan that we had, and we talked them through it, and they came through, and so we'll get that information off to you. Thank you, Casey. So council will open up for discussion.
So I will start with this spreadsheet is slightly different than, you may have noticed it's different than the one we had last time. When I was looking back over it on my own, I started realizing that the employee totals didn't make sense to me. And the spread of where I thought we should land on employee only, employee plus children, like what I thought we might be actually providing. And so Eileen and Rodney worked together to make sure this got updated.
Good.
It previously had an employee count of 11, and that was not including the SNEED and Mestis families, which we do continue to cover, which is required. So that they have the option to continue coverage. And so those were not currently on here.
Good to know.
Good
And
catch.
so, and actually, I'm not even sure, the spread changed all over, so there was some disconnect there that happened. It wasn't just those two, there was something that changed. But this is now reflective of what our current coverage is until we lost an employee this week, so it's actually a little bit lower than this now, I guess. But so just to clarify, that's why there is a slight difference in the employee counts, and then also that changes the premiums slightly. So I'm trying to keep it big enough where you can see the numbers, but it doesn't freeze the tops. You can, it's a, but tell me if you can't see it. But now, the way I'm presenting it now, you can see alternate 1 and alternate 2 is what we were looking at. Remember, the current plan is what we're under. I think renewal was if we changed nothing, where it went up 17%, and then alternate 1 was what we were just discussing on the deductible is $750 for individual, $1,500 for family. The out-of-pockets go up. Out-of-pockets are same on both alternate 1 and alternate 2, $5,000 and $10,000. And I think everything else is when it comes down to co-pays and that sort of thing. And then the employer annual premiums are down here based on these current counts. Can everyone see that okay, or they want me to zoom in on any area for them?
So I think it's, what, about $9,000 more dollars, $8,000 or $9,000 more dollars to alternate 2, and then it is that 159? So it's
Yeah, that's 159.
about 18,000 for alternate 1. So
Compared to the current cost. is
Compared,
what you're
yeah,
saying.
correct.
The difference in the two is 9,000.
Right. So in alternate one, the increase, so at the renewal of 17% to have what they currently have, to stay the same, that's a renewal of 17%. So as I said last meeting, I'd like to look at the other ones that are before us. The 13% increase is not only to the town, but it's also to the employee. Like in alternate two, the 6% increases 6% more for the town to be paying as well as the employee. So when you get down to the dependent contributions, going with alternate one, the employees are going to see more coming out of their pocket in that premium. They're going to see more in both options, but less in alternate two. And deductibles, just for those who aren't aware of deductibles, but the deductible is the if for you. So co-pays, if you see the doctor and that service is under the copay, that's a given. You're gonna pay your provider the $20 or $30, whatever that copay amount is. If a benefit is covered at a deductible level, then that's the first portion you pay on the bill before insurance kicks in. And both of these plans provide 80/20 coverage. And their out-of-pocket exposure is the same, and their copays are relatively same. So deductibles are never a given that you're going to have that exposure in your health insurance claims. Premiums are a given. Copays, if you use your doctor, they're a given. The deductible is that if. So if an employee doesn't use that particular service, they may never have exposure to the $750 deductible or the $1,500 deductible. But they will always have the exposure to the premium. And so I'd be advocating for the alternate two because that keeps the costs lower for the town and the employee. And we were already previewed by TML last time is the costs will go up on us next year. And I would not want to see us be kicking this can down the road again. So this is my opinion.
And I scrolled up just so you can see the employee costs per month and employee costs per pay period. So when you're talking about, that would be these two, that's alternate one and alternate two of the different premium.
Yeah, so the first column is where they are today at the 131
Right.
if they have family coverage, and you're talking about proposed $9 pay period. So it's $18 a month, which is about one McDonald's stop anymore for a family, if you're lucky.
That's,
That
well,
should
she was
be-
saying per month up here.
Yeah, alternate two.
The alternate one is this one?
Yeah, that's $18.
Yeah, 131 up to 149 times,
Well, just go by the per month line, 285 up to 323. Okay,
Yeah.
that's per pay period.
that's like $40 a month versus 18.
I was looking at the per pay period because we pay.
And there was a comment earlier, I'd be love to have this plan for my family. So I wouldn't, hold back on making this option for my family, because I think it's a great benefit plan.
Well, at the risk of really upsetting the apple cart, this is part of the total compensation package, and it needs to be considered as such in order to, as some have expressed tonight, be competitive in our total pay package so that we can hire. And I would say personally, if you hire and you train and you can't retain, we're not getting a return on our investment. So I'd like to be able to hire talent and keep it. So this is only part of the equation, and I think we need to look at the whole equation before we consider the budget process complete.
So what we were presented last time is we were supposed to make that decision last meeting, and we got a grant to
I
extend the
understand that.
decision-making
I'm
till
just saying-
tonight.
I'm just saying, this is part of the whole bigger compensation package.
I understand that.
Agreed.
I mean, do you have a like for one of the columns?
I'm listening.
So
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the difference in the two for the full year is $9,000. $9,500 is what we're deciding between when it comes to town cost.
Juba, yes,
Yeah.
$9,000 less. However, it's also less for the employee if they are electing family coverage, and I don't know who of employees do that, because we do pay for the employee at 100%.
Have we
for-
asked PD?
What?
Have we asked PD?
We have
PD?
Chief Gaines here. So do you mean of what their input is for hiring?
Is
Is that
it,
what you mean?
two questions I would have for PD is, one, obviously they might prefer I don't know which one they would prefer, because one is more out of their pocket per pay period. And like Connie said, it is about the if. So I'm not sure some people like to gamble on that deductible versus money in their pocket right now. And then also I'd like to understand, I know it's a good retention tool. How effective is it as a recruiting tool?
Benefits are one of the main things they look at. So their benefit package, especially if they have family, and we have families that have 2 to 4 children. And, we can what if all day, what if something happens, but as well as Ms. Hillier said, if something happens and if they're not getting compensated in pay, then they're not going to be able to have that money to pay out of pocket if something happens. And we do have an older generation that works here as well.
So Chief Rivas and I met a week ago Friday before he left, and he has shared with me a spreadsheet that I'm working with him to get a total cost benefit, not just salary, but salary benefits and all the other things so we can see exactly what that total compensation package is that we can offer to future officers.
Right.
And he'll be back I think he's back.
He should be back by Thursday.
Yeah. So then, basically, I will be getting together with him with what I kind of put together on the spreadsheet, so he can review it, understand it, and then I believe he's going to be bringing that back to the council at a future meeting. And it's just all we're doing with it is kind of looking to see what is that total package.
Right.
Because right now I believe it's in pieces. And so we're trying to connect the dots. He also has done some great work in terms of some research, so we're going to model off of some of the other communities as well. And they're just numbers on a page.
Absolutely.
But I think it's going to help us in terms of the discussions that we need to have as it relates to recruitment, retaining, and then obviously direction provided from the police department to the town council for their ask.
Yes, sir.
But for tonight, we're focused on the health and benefits. Casey, could you scroll down to the top? Because last meeting, TML said, Flower Mound and Roanoke are very competitive in their benefit offerings. So I went out to Flower Mound and Roanoke to see what they were doing with their health, and just strictly looking at their health, medical, dental provisions. And Flower Mound has a plan with $25 copay for their services, and they have a $750 and a $1,500 deductible. They also provide HSA counts. Their out-of-pocket maxes are $3,000 and $9,000 individual to family.
Are you sure that's HSA? Because you have to have a high deductible for that.
It's at HSA. I
Yes,
I have a binder with their
With a
paperwork.
$750
Yeah.
deductible?
They have
That doesn't federally make sense.
Okay,
They
well,
have
federal law
PPO.
says you can't
They
do
have
that.
PPO and HSA.
yeah, they
Okay.
do offer two different plans,
Okay,
but
two
they're
plans.
a much larger town than we are, and
Okay.
lots more employees to cover.
But
And
I think
then-
you're looking at apples and oranges there.
Well, I'm just referencing what he said. We're very competitive benefit programs, so I peeked into it. And then Roanoke as well, copays at $30 and $45. Their deductibles were $2,500 for the individual and $5,000 on the family, and then $6,000 and $12,000 out-of-pocket exposure. That's when it gets really bad. When you're hospitalized and the bills rack up, that's your portion before insurance pays 100%. So, and then they also provided a fixed amount on the coverages between their individuals and families, to the tune of $725, $825, and $950, depending on your election of employee, employee plus one, employee plus family. And they had fixed contributions on their dental and their vision. So, again, just kind of comparing them, and to what he said were very good plans on these larger towns, because Roanoke's got about 10,000 people, and Flower Mound is about 78,000.
I'd just like to throw out, in consideration of the larger picture, which I know health benefits are part of, but having worked with insurance companies and spent time talking to those actuarial guys, the ones that actually set the rates that get quoted, if you recall at the last meeting, it was mentioned that part of the reason our rate went up so significantly is because we had 2 deaths. And for the size of our staff, that's a big hit and makes us really high risk. So we may sit here and feel like we're being gouged, but at the same time, we have to move forward and look at our ability to retain and our ability to hire. So in a way, you know, some people could view it as we're taking an experience that's not our fault, but we're dealing with the reality out on the people who are here and the people who we want to hire. The other thing I learned is that from a conversation I had at the fire department, which was very informative, that when first responders go to homes, there are certain kinds of calls that they take, things like suicide, drug overdose, somebody has a record of being a danger, they actually cannot respond to that until they have a police officer present. It's a safety issue. I'm also aware that when there's an arrest to be made or some other kind of home call where there's a disturbance, they have to have 2 officers. So we have to be able to respond in a timely fashion, because how do you put a price on a death that could have been avoided? So again, it goes back to the total compensation package, and I just hope that we can all keep that in mind when we're making the decision for our employees, the ones we have and the ones that we'd like to have in the future, so that we can maintain our safety record and not become kind of a hot spot for crime because word gets around that we're running a little bit short on staff.
So do you have a proposal on which one of these or one of the other pages that we got proposed
I'm just
to
saying
us?
that whatever we do here, we need to take that into account when we're looking at salaries.
I agree with that.
It's a bigger picture, and we haven't had that discussion.
It is, but this particular item is just to select one of the benefits that we're going to offer. We're not talking about the entire package yet.
I understand that, but it's part of the bigger picture and needs to figure in.
Well, I think.
So I'm just bringing it to everybody's attention.
Thank you.
Other comments from council? Any further discussion?
My 2 cents on this is what we have today, looking at what we have today, we're still having extreme difficulty with retention. We've lost, in the recent months, 2 or 3 officers to other places. So a reduction in benefits is probably not what we're going to be looking at, even when that reduction is simply the annual deductible. That's why I was kind of curious to understand where PD's thoughts were. Was a reduction in the deductible worth the few more dollars, the $9 they're going to pay more per pay period, or did they? I can make a common sense consideration that, to me, the $9 is worth the insurance and less out of pocket. If it was me making the decision, that's what I would want. So again, I have to say that we're losing the officers, and a reduction in benefits when we're hemorrhaging officers at the time is probably not a wise decision on our part. Gene, you're right. The insurance went up because we had 2 deaths, and that puts us high risk. If we don't have deaths, it should go down. And yes, insurance has gone down. I've been sat here on town council, and we've gotten insurance quotes that actually went down and saved the town money for the same benefits. So it does fluctuate up and down. So that's my thought.
Any other further discussion?
I just think, I mean, I agree, we have to look at the entire benefits package. We need to retain, we need to have a competitive package that is enticing to officers so that we can get good officers too. Police officers, as long as you're certified in the state of Texas, you can go work anywhere you want right now. The world is your oyster, anywhere, as long as you have your certifications. And so I think that's just so important that we have to look at that package. We're losing them. We know we're not competitive, and we've had citizens come in here tonight and say, offer a competitive package. We need that to keep our officers. And so if no one has any other discussion items, I'll make a motion.
Can I just ask one question? Ms. Gaines, would you rather have an increase in pay or pay a few more dollars for your insurance?
You have to have the increase in pay to pay those extra dollars. So you have to balance out.
Casey?
Well, so just one last point
Yep,
on
go
the
ahead.
columns.
Full discussion.
Again, if we stay with the current plan that they have, the employee, and I'm just looking at the employee contribution because we're talking about their paycheck. So to keep them where they are, which nobody seems to be happy with, but this is what we have in front of us, and we have to decide tonight. Their premium increase is going up roughly about $50 just to renew what they've got. On the alternative, number one, which has a lower deductible, again, that's the if you get there, but comparable out-of-pocket, out of copays and coinsurance amounts and out-of-pocket and coverages across the board, it all looks very similar. You are looking at, on that one, $38 a month, or pay period, sorry, no, a month, $38 increase to the employee for that family coverage. And then you go to alternative two, that yes, you're going up $500 on the deductible. Again, that if you go in and use those services, but out-of-pocket exposure, copays, the 80/20 coverage, everything else pretty comparable. They are only going up $18 a month.
And on that note, I would also point out that you're only looking at the employee and family line, which includes 3 of our 13 employees. So that would be the highest increase for any of the employees.
Yeah, if they participate, just rather than running through 3 figures.
So do we have a motion?
Are we finished with discussion?
May I add something?
Sure.
I've had, and I'm not going to name names, but I've also had officers say, if our out-of-pocket is going to go up, I'm having surgery in September. So that's going to leave me with nobody.
Good point, thank you. And
Any other discussion?
Well, the out-of-pocket.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the out-of-pocket, we can't,
It goes up either way.
it goes up regardless, so, yeah, we're kind of stuck on that one.
Yes.
Yeah, but the deductible.
That may hurt us.
If you keep the plan as you have, your out-of-pocket will stay the same, but your monthly charge will go up that 15, that.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
And I think
Your
in the-
out-of-pocket goes up, doesn't it? You go here to here.
Not in just the renewal.
Here.
Well, they're talking about the out-of-pocket max. That's
If you go to
different.
family, that's 15
Yeah,
here
that
and
goes- it goes
36
up a
there.
lot.
That
Yeah,
goes up
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, we don't want to
So-
do that. We don't
No,
want
if you-
the renewal, no.
No,
Because that's a
But
tremendous amount of
yeah.
money out of our pocket and a tremendous amount of money out of their pocket.
Right.
Exactly.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And in
then-
the last meeting, we had already come to that conclusion. We'd pretty much narrowed it down to alternate 1 and alternate 2.
Yeah.
Of course, people could change their minds, but that was pretty much what we had narrowed it down to last.
That is
And-
correct.
And as has been said, we're not looking at the total compensation package here. We're only looking at the health benefits, which I know is a big chunk and a big employment decision factor, but this is the one we have to make our decision tonight.
Right.
And if you want, salary increases to help you cover that out-of-pocket expense, we have to choose
Is that
something
going
in
to
this
cover your
arena.
inflation as well? I mean,
Well, we're
you're
all
gonna have to
facing
balance
that,
it.
so, and I understand that. This is just the one part of it
We're
that we
just
have to
trying
make our
obtain
decision
and
tonight.
retain.
So,
Any further discussion? Do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to elect the alternative 2 on the TML policy benefit package being offered before us.
Do we have a second? I believe I can.
So then if we fail to make a move on this election, it automatically renews. And then the employees face an increase.
No,
in-
we
No,
can
no.
propose a
We'll
motion
po-
when that motion
That is
fails.
correct.
Oh, okay.
No.
Thank you.
So
Sorry.
we have no second, the motion fails. Do we have another motion?
I will make a motion that we approve the medical plan presented here for alternate 1. And we also need to approve all other health benefits that were stated last time at their current renewal was what we had discussed last time, that
That
there
is
were
correct.
Yes.
no changes, keep them the way that they were.
That is correct.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I would like to ask Eileen, our town secretary, to call the vote.
Mr. Wizenhunt.
Aye.
Ms. Schoenred.
Nay.
Ms. Hilliard.
Aye.
Ms. Parsons.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye. Agenda item number 8, number 9 on the discussion, consideration, and action on fiscal year 2022-2023 health insurance plan at alternate 1 has passed. Eileen and I have a little work to do after the meeting, and we will get that information over to TML. Item number 10, discussion, consideration, and action on the drainage easement on Park Lane at Shady Hill Lane. We have a citizen comment. David White, are you here?
I have some paper copies.
Oh, I need your
here.
name and your address.
Well, I have some paper copies here.
Okay.
If any of the council wants to write notes or anything.
Sure.
Can we record your nuggets of wisdom?
Certainly.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir.
We've got one more.
Oh.
My name is David White. I live at 240 Shady Hill.
Thank you.
And I've been a resident of Double Oak for over 30 years. I want to talk about the drainage erosion issue at the corner of Shady Hill and Park Lane. And I've got a little, just a little brief history on it, that there's a drainage issue several feet deep and very steep sides which caused the road to continue to erode from the east side moving west. And if you want to look at pictures of it, if you'll go to the next page, and you probably need to flip it. The first picture is taken from my driveway looking north with Park Lane on the left side and the intersection up where the culvert is going under the road. The second picture is a closer look at the worst part of the erosion. And if you get on the next page, there's two pictures that show where the road's been breaking off, and it's been doing that for years. It's just slowly eroding away. Randall came out several weeks ago, and we had a discussion, and he indicated that the town needed permission to do work on the ditch. And so he said, when we talked, he said there was a plan to use concrete and rock to create a wall to eliminate the erosion of the road. Now, I think I had told him that I didn't want riprap, and when we talked about rock and concrete, I was thinking of something of a flat surface. And my wife said that she had spoken to him and he had used the term riprap, and we really don't like that. And there's several reasons for that. The riprap is very unsightly. It doesn't look very good at all. Even when it's embedded in concrete, it looks horrible. Now, it does address the issue of erosion and water dig out from the hydraulics of the water running when it's raining. However, if you put riprap in with a concrete base, silt and debris are going to build up between the rocks. And as an example, I was going to take a picture, and the only place I know where you have it is on the south side of Kings Road, just west of Simmons. Well, you can't see it anymore. It's completely covered up with grass and sticks and leaves and dirt. And so if you do a riprap design, which is what Randall's preliminary proposal is that you're going to shift the problem that you have with erosion of the road and erosion of the ditch. You're going to shift the issue to the maintenance of the ditch, to me, to try to keep that riprap clean. Now, I know that you hate to have somebody come up here and complain without a proposed resolution to the problem. Well, I have several for you to consider. And the first one is to pipe in the ditch from Shady Hill to my driveway on Park Lane, and that's picture number 5. Oh, it's still upside down. And the reason you don't see anything is the pipe's buried. And that's at the corner of Park Lane and Kings Road. And I would be willing to kick in $1,000. I know it's not a whole lot, but I'm a retiree and living on a fixed income, and that's a lot of money to me. It's half of a tool for my wood shop. The next one is to leave the ditch open but finish the sides and the bottom in stone. And that's the next picture here. And that actually is taken at, let me find it here. It's at La Vista and Simmons, 105 La Vista. It's on the west side of their property. If anybody's been living here for a long time, Tom Torsellini put that in. And it's beautiful. And it's a flat bottom. If there's any buildup there, I can clean it out, I can maintain it. Where I can't with riprap, rocks sticking up all over the place, I'm not going to get in there by hand on my hands and knees to try to clean it out. The next one is to leave the ditch open but finish the sides and bottom, similar to picture 7, which is that's behind the house on 760 Simmons. That's at Kings and Simmons. That's the back of their house. That's flat. And the stone is actually set in concrete, but it's a flat surface. And then the final one is the picture number 8, and that's the culvert that runs on the south side of Kings into Bridlewood. That's the least desirable, but more desirable than embedding rock into concrete with the rock sticking up to slow the water down. So those are my suggestions and proposals, and I'd love for you to consider one of them. We really don't want the riprap. I won't be able to maintain it forever, and I don't want to have to, if it's a flat bottom, a smooth bottom, I can get in there with a shovel, a broom, whatever, and clean it out. Thank you.
David, thank you, and thank you for your offer here. Very, very well put together. We'll now have a presentation from Public Services, Randall Anglin, in regards to item number 10.
So just to kind of give an observation of what he's referencing to as far as riprap, there are several types that are considered. I will state that when I actually go to the proposal, they are talking about grouting in that rock. They're not talking about just leaving the rock open and exposed where you have stuff that actually builds up in between. Something more along the lines of a smooth surface was what was proposed actually by HAF. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this is what HAF had brought forward as far as a possible solution. Ultimately, so that we could build up that grade that's at the residence, at the gentleman's residence at 240 Shady Hill. Ultimately, the goal here is just to build it up. I will state this is on private property. The town doesn't actually own the area that we're referring to, and typically it's not the town's policy to do repairs in those areas. However, in an effort to try to actually deal with the concerns in the area, to actually put the road back effectively, ultimately, we're going to have to look at getting that repair done. And instead of putting that all on the owner of the property, ultimately, we're looking to see if we can't get this repair done in a way that would be most conducive, that we end up putting the road back, and something that's a lot more conducive as far as longevity-wise. I will go ahead and put up the proposal here that HAF had brought forward. So there's a few things whenever considering this. So as far as the plans and the contracts for the specifications, along with them actually doing a survey of the area to daylight it to make sure that the pitch is correct, because you do have to make sure that you are relieving water out of the area effectively and moving it downstream, because currently there is a belly down in that specific area. It actually holds water in the area that comes immediately out of the culvert, which you can see on here. Let me move this over so y'all can see that. Move this over. Sorry, a lot of moving, apologize. So in this zone right here, on the photos that he provided, you can see all of this is actually holding water in this zone. A lot of that is because the fact that there has been a lot of erosion over the years, ultimately as the water excavates through the property, the fact that there's a lot of shade from the trees, even though he's got one of the most amazing yards in the town of Double Oak with shade trees that I've seen, it unfortunately doesn't grow in this specific spot due to the fact that water is moving through that zone. Ultimately, dirt continues to erode the area. HAF's suggestion at that point, because the fact that there isn't anything growing there, is to put rock or a stone inlay in this zone, not the whole area, mind you, nor to put pipe through the whole section, actually covering it, but ultimately just to build that grade out so that we could ultimately get the road to hold in this zone, which would lead to them actually doing part of this culvert and ultimately allowing the water to disperse from that area, which would be, an addition to actually starting Park Lane work, which we've already approved. So that runs about that was gonna run essentially $3,900 just for the consultant, for the contracts and the specifications for the work. And then on top of that, you have the on-site inspection, which was $600. Then you get down to the nitty-gritty, which is pretty much the paving, making sure that the grading is effective, and then the grouted rip-rap rock that we're talking about, which ultimately would be, at the end of the day, would end up being a smooth surface. There are areas where rip-rap is not smooth. I agree 100%. Based off the conversations that I've had with the contractor, that is not what they intend on leaving in that zone. Ultimately, this is a preliminary pricing. What, if approved, it doesn't guarantee that this is ultimately going to be, this is a top ticket price essentially. They don't know how much rock ultimately it is going to take once they start tearing that spot out, but this is a high end of what it could be as far as doing the repairs in that culvert. I will preface with this, and I've actually had conversations trying to pull up the Denton County website ultimately to determine whether we have right-of-way to this zone. Wasn't able to determine that just because when I talked to Denton County, they didn't have any records on it as well at this time as far as their research panned out. I did talk to David briefly regarding conversations, and ultimately it leads to the fact that we would have to get the owner's permission to even consider to do this work on his property. It's not something that we would just be able to just go in there and just start doing the repairs, to my understanding. So
I would just share one observation. I understand the reason for as flat as possible, because when you're trying to drain, you want it to drain as opposed to sit, especially during the summer months. If and when we actually do get rain, we don't want to promote mosquitoes. I mean, I know that sort of sounds silly, but I've seen a lot of places where it does come out of the drainage and then it sits there in pools for days and weeks at a time. And, you know, that's a perfect place for anything that mosquitoes breed, plus anything that's mosquito-borne. So flat's good.
Mr. White, would it be possible for you to come back up? I've got a question for you. When we were discussing the riprap earlier,
Yes.
were you aware of the grouted?
Yes, I was aware of the
Okay,
grouting, but I was under the impression with, quote, riprap, it's actually sticking up. You have part of the rock portion still above the grout lines.
Okay.
Whereas the picture I showed in picture 6 or 7, that is a grouted stone, but it's a flat top rock. So the grout and the stone are all on the same plane, so it lends itself to cleaning easier and to not collecting debris.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
I don't mind. I can always confer with Half Engineering and see if that's something that they would consider if there is a cost difference in that type of stone. I do know that that is grouted. The picture number. Let me show the picture.
Yeah.
That he had shared with us. Hold on, real quick. So the stone that he's talking about is this stone right here off of Kings Road, just behind the corner of, which would be the northwest corner at Kings and Simmons, which is similar to a flagstone base. I do not know what that cost is going to be on that, but ultimately it's really up to y'all. I can go back and ask Half, but I will state ultimately we would have to get his permission to do the repairs. It does fall within his responsibilities on his property. In order for us to do the repair on the road, though, this does need to be corrected.
Yeah, I would ask that you have to look at option 7 and option 8.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what a retaining wall costs either, but.
I can still, hey, it's worth finding out. I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind going
Yeah.
back and asking.
Yeah, because.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Or bury it, like his option 5, because you bury it, you don't have a mosquito problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but
I
based
totally
on
agree.
culvert cost, I would think that would, thinking when we do purchase culverts, I would think that would be in my mind, I view that as the most expensive option because of the culverts that would be required in there. But, and also you said you're going to confirm with Half that it would be like smooth surface, grouted type. Okay.
Absolutely. And I'll ask him for some, essentially I'll ask him for diagrams for the rip-wrap design that he's talking about, and then also converse with him about what it would cost to look at the options that he's asking for. I mean, we can always just ask and see what they say, see what the cost difference is.
Sounds good.
Any other discussion? Yes.
The one thing
I'm
I
sorry.
forgot to mention that with the pipe in it, you eliminate the hazard of somebody cutting a corner or falling off into that ditch.
Right.
Because where that pipe is running under Shady Hill, at the bottom, it's about 3 feet deep, so it's a substantial drop-off. So, just consideration.
Yep. No,
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point.
So council, it appears as though we've got some additional work that we've got to do on this agenda item. So I believe we will not move to a motion, correct? Item number 11, discussion, consideration, and action on exterior door replacement in Town Hall. Presentation by Public Services, Randall Anglin.
All right, so I wanted to start off by stating the extensive research. Apparently, not everybody's looking for work. Apparently, like those who are needed in the police department, we seem to struggle with this issue whenever it comes to contractors. I did reach out to 7 companies out of 7 reputable companies for commercial doors. We only had 1 actually come out, look at it, provide a quote, and is willing to do the work. The rest of them were a non-follow-up, non-starter conversation because they did not want to have anything to do with what they consider is a commercial building, even though we kind of fall in between, and I try to explain that extensively to the companies, and most of them were between residential and commercial as far as install on doors. So let me go ahead and show you the proposal that we actually have. Well, I thought I had it up. Y'all actually have a copy of the proposal as well in front of you? Okay. So the proposal that the company had submitted, this is for the door that goes into the protected area for the police department, which currently has some weatherproofing issues as well as that's not sealed properly. And the doors are actually steel doors, but they're wood frames. The new doors that they're talking about installing are completely weatherproofed. They are a steel frame, steel door with coded access to get into the door. So something similar to what we currently have as far as punching digits in order to get into the building. And then also for the employee door that leads into the police area over on the, which would be the east side of the building. And then the door that actually is behind Casey right now, that door as well. All the doors actually, if you go out and look at them, have weatherproofing issues around them, and there's been some damage to the actual door itself, ultimately needing replacement. I do know that there was a request for proposals in the past, and they couldn't get any contractors out. So I brought this forward just to let y'all know that we were able to find a company, and they do manufacture the door themselves. It is a lifetime coverage on the door. The paint that's actually on the door, I believe that they only offered like a 5-year warranty on, but that's paint. The door itself is covered for a lifetime. They do manufacture the complete product, and they are a local and national company in the area. And then, so I just wanted to bring that forward to y'all and let y'all know. This is for all the hardware included. This is protection on the door jamb so that you're able to not pull the pin. These are complete safe doors. This is essentially what would be required in order for us to put it in the PD department as well as the IT area that sits right next to Brian's desk going into the offices.
If I may also add that some of this money would be coming out of the court and security restricted funds. Probably about $13,185 would be the court's part of that.
The hinges are the hinges commercial rated?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything on this, everything on the product that they're doing, this contractor actually manufactures the product. And every bit of it is rated for commercial and is for safety rating, as weatherproof. We actually have issues with the weatherproofing on the door that actually goes into both that are on the east side. We get a lot of bugs, daylight, you can see through it as far as that's concerned. The door jamb itself is completely rotting out in a lot of the areas that are on there. It just needs replacement. So this is the company that essentially gave a complete guarantee as far as the product and the fact that it was metal all the way around.
So thank you for the information, and Lynn, thank you for pointing out that the court security funds can help. Because we had this in the budget last year, and we pulled it on the last night due to citizen feedback. And so we currently don't have anything in the budget, but we may need to figure out where we could, because it looks like we would need to make up about another 11,000 if we can pull 13 plus from the court funds. I will say, I think our estimate was pretty good though, because I think we had it on for 25,000 on the budget. So we were pretty close. But I can say, even sitting right here, I can see issues with this door. And certainly if we've got bugs and daylight coming in, that's a problem. Have y'all looked to see where else in the budget we might have room to pull from? I think.
Is there any left in the council contingency fund?
We
want to.
And I think we also have some in the general fund.
There's 100,000 in the general fund.
Yeah. So we have room there. And especially if we can use court funds for it. Something we've been wanting to do, I know long before I came on council, this was something that's been discussed and have not found anyone who would do it. So to find someone that does it, they do it themselves and it has a lifetime warranty.
Well, it's also a security issue.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's.
Not only for the courts,
it.
but for the whole building. And, you know, if we're ensuring the contents in the building, might as well have secure doors.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'd like to make just a general comment. Being new to the council this year, obviously I'm spending more time up here at the building than I have in the past as a town citizen. And I will tell you that I'm very surprised by the lack of things that this building really does require. Of course, we can't make it, you know, the Taj Mahal, but I will tell you that as I've gone through and done security surveys and looked at some other areas, I've been very surprised at the fact that we might be putting some paint on things every now and then, but the wear and tear on the building is beginning to show. And nobody in the administration, the police department, nobody has politicked me at all, but I found these things out. So I would say that as we look at consideration for these items like this, as we move forward as a council, we are probably going to have to spend some money on this building in order to keep it in operational shape. And I know that a lot of people don't want to hear that because we want to try and reduce taxes and do other things, but we must take care of the town hall because it's where we do our town business. So I just wanted to make a general comment there. Council, any further discussion?
Randall, can you just help me understand the quote a little bit more? I was trying to look at it compared to the page that you had. Is this, I mean, the numbers match. I completely get that. I just don't see anywhere on here. This is specific to Double Oak, right? Because I'm not seeing our information. It's just the way they they
Yes.
state the quote that is confusing?
This is a custom build to our doors.
Okay.
Yeah, this isn't a quote that they would provide to somebody else. This is specifically manufactured for our doors. They actually came out and sized it, checked the door jamb sizes and everything. When they build these doors, they're building them specified for our building itself.
Gotcha. Okay.
So this isn't like a pick and pull at Home Depot where you go in and you give them the dimensions and you walk out with the framework. They're actually custom building this to the building itself.
Yeah, because they're unique sizes.
Yes.
Which is
one of the reasons it's been particularly hard to find a contractor who will actually do it. By the time you start talking about it and you provide the dimensions, generally that usually is the turnoff. And then you're requesting steel. It's not a solid core door. Most of the requests for steel is because of the fact that we are talking about security purposes. You don't want to stick up just any generic material in there. And then you're looking at weathering. You can see our front door has been, from what I understand, has been coated several times. It's a solid wood door, but at the same time, that requires a ton of maintenance. And then you're looking at a wood frame. This is steel all the way through, completely. As far as security, you're not going to find somebody prying the door open. You pretty much just have to run through the wall at this point if you want it in the building, is what we're working on at this.
Well, I would also think from a fire standpoint, internal and external, that would be beneficial, especially for things like court records and things that have to be kept.
And this is, I think it's the way it got PDF'd with all the little squigglies and all that. So this is for 3.
This is for 3 doors,
Okay.
correct. This is for all
It
3
says
locations.
unit of 1, that's what threw me
Yes,
earlier.
I apologize for that. Yeah, unfortunately, that's
you're-
kind of how he
you're
built the
fine.
quote out, but yes, that is for all 3.
I have a question. Lynn, where in the municipal court budget, what account would that pull from? Because that's a great amount, but I don't see like similar expense line items for buildings and stuff from the municipal court bucket. And then I was just looking, we've got about 3,000 left in the building repair remodeling bucket from Public Works that could go towards the doors.
Where I'm pulling that money from?
Yes, please.
It's a restricted accounts, court security fees, and those can be put out, it does call out for secure doors, for security for the court.
Okay. Is that on the balance sheet?
Yes, it's on the balance sheet, yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Well, and unless, we've got about a month left of our budget year, so unless you had the other 3,000 in the Public Works remodeling account, we could earmark that, and we could pull from the council contingency budget to get the doors taken care of.
Any discussion on that, council? As it relates to?
No, I think that's a good plan.
I mean, we are up against it. We've got to do something.
Well, let's get it while it's good and they change, before they change their mind or the price of steel goes up.
To make a motion to approve the purchase, let me get to my notes. How's he word it? Of the exterior door replacement for Town Hall, the purchase of the 3 doors. Is it Allside? That's the vendor name?
Yes, through Pruvia.
Okay. And the purchase of the cost of $23,664, where we use the municipal court funds for security, as well as the remaining building budget, and pull from the contingency fund to cover the rest of the balance.
I'll second that.
We have a second. We will now move on to vote. Eileen, could you call the vote?
Ms. Schoenred.
Aye.
Ms. Hilliard.
Aye.
Ms. Parsons.
Aye.
Mr. Wizenhunt.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye. Agenda item number 8, number 11, discussion, consideration, and action on exterior door replacement at Town Hall, utilizing money from the court's funds, as well as the remaining building fund.
And the council
And the
contingency.
council contingency has passed. Item number 12, discussion, action, and consideration for a new siren to be placed at the corner of FM 407 and Simmons at a cost of $27,597.80 for equipment, installation, and first-year preventative maintenance, plus $3,000 estimated for land survey. Presentation by Councilmember Scott Wizenhut.
Yes, thank you. This will be the third and final siren needed to complete coverage for Double Oak. I wanted to get it on this year's budget so that we didn't have to budget for it next year, so that's kind of why I threw it on there. I did include a map. I've shown this before when I didn't have the quotes and everything together.
Are you putting it up?
Oh, I don't, how do you share?
Do the Windows button plus P. And then when
I've never shared on here.
do connect at the very bottom thing.
Uh-huh.
Should come up.
Oh, connect to this display.
It'll take just a minute. If you put it back over on your map, it should come up. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. This time I just kind of drew in the roads because it's really hard to see where the roads are. But you can tell we have a siren by the fire department, which is this one right here. And then we have another siren on Kings, or down here on Shiloh. And that kind of that covers most of this town. There's one over here in Bridlewood that kind of covers this area. So there's 407 coming through here. There's Simmons Road right here. So that siren will be placed right there. And that covers over here. And this is Caruth Estates, which currently has no coverage. And all the northwest part of Double Oak over here doesn't have any coverage.
Are you not seeing it?
Oh, yep.
Is that on the water tower side?
Yes, it would be where the water tower is. Okay.
Okay.
I'm on the other side, that corner is our ranch, and I have a 2,200-pound bull, and that siren not chased right out.
Oh.
I don't think it's not what it takes.
No.
And so, as you know, when the siren, these are all the sirens that are actually monitored by the Flower Mound Fire Department. We put our sirens on their system so that they can monitor it, and what they do is they're able to set off specific sirens. So that's why this is kind of better than like a phone alert or some other kind of thing like that, where you're just going to get a general alert something's going on. Well, here, if they see a wall cloud coming through, like right around here, they'll just set off these few sirens right here, and then the people over here don't get notification and don't have to be woken up in a state of panic if it's not required. So if you hear the siren, it's a big deal because that means something's going down. And again, I just wanted to say that this does complete the town of Double Oak. That gives us full coverage, and I think we should probably really consider, I guess it's hard to put an ROI on people's safety, but I think for $30,000, it's a good return on investment if we save one life.
And that's in the budget, right? I'm trying to remember. I thought there were some funds
I
that were
believe it-
sitting there.
I believe that
Or
it is.
Did we put it in for next year? I'm
No,
losing track between this year and next year.
We have about 15,000 carry. I don't know why, but we put 7,500 in for 2 years in a row. So we have about half of it budgeted right now. So we need to cover the other 15,000, either again out of, I don't know what's left in council contingency or off the general fund to finish this purchase off.
Because the 7,500 last year would have gone into contingency, and
That's
then the
correct.
75 on the current budget.
Not contingency, balance fund.
Pardon?
Balance fund.
Yeah, like the
Yeah.
general fund.
Yes, not contingency. Right.
I did have a citizen contact me about this siren with the recommendation that we contact Lantana and see if they want to pay for half, because they'll get most of the sound as well. Thought that was unique.
Again, if we want to kick it down into the next budget item and push the funding. I'm okay. I just thought we would want to be able to take action if we wanted to take action. But I do think that's probably a good idea to see if, I think it's going to cover Copper Canyon too, and a little bit of Lantana. So if they want to pitch in a few dollars to help cover it, I'm not opposed to that. See if they will consider it.
Yeah, it was a citizen comment that.
No, that's a good idea. So I don't have any reservations. Again, the whole reason it was on this one is just to try to get it on in.
It's very important. If we were to push it down to the future, is the quote going to change potentially then?
The quote could change, but I don't foresee it being changing all that much. Maybe a couple $100, but yeah.
Okay.
And I can, how vendors are. You just tell them we'll go with it if we keep the dollars the same. Or I only got approved for these dollars. That's what I usually say.
It's a good technique.
Council, further discussion?
I kind of agree with the assessment that, a citizen suggested you it would be worth at least checking with Copper Canyon and/or Lantana to see. I mean, worst case, they say no, but, they could see the value of that.
Okay.
And just out of curiosity, how long does it usually take after ordering? And because I think you mentioned where I saw what was it? There was a piece in there. What is it? A survey or something? And then
The site survey is very quick.
okay.
That you can get that done in a couple of weeks. I'm trying to remember last time. It really comes down to material lead time, and I think we had a problem. We had to wait a long time for the steel pole tower, whatever it's called. Ended up being probably about 6 months, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And who knows now? Because definitely running into that sound. Okay.
Yep.
Just wondered.
Yeah, that's what it was. I mean, the motor and the siren and the controls and all that stuff they have. They don't stock the steel pole, so they got to order that, and that took like 6 months last time.
And is there any additional cost to putting it onto the flower mound system? Like we already have the others?
No, we have an inter-county or inter-city agreement already. Good
Okay.
question.
That
but-
covers it?
But that covers it.
Great.
So we only carry the preventative maintenance of the sirens, which was, what was it? Like $750 a siren a year, I think. I'll have to get the quote on that.
Council, any other discussion?
No, you gonna reach out to Lantana or honey?
Why don't you want to work together on it?
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. So we'll take no action on this item this evening, and we'll do a little bit more research. And thank you, Scott, for the presentation. Item number 13, discussion on an agreement for fire protection services. Presentation, Councilmember Scott Wisenhunt.
Yeah. I asked for that to be tabled as I sponsored that item, and council is in receipt of the contracts for the council perspective on the contracts, and your comments to be sent back into our Attorney Berman for consolidation into the contract, and then again, we'll go back by the fire department for input and feedback before we bring back to council for discussion and deliberation and action.
Okay, so, yeah, in respect to fairness, that I asked for it to be tabled and you guys did, I will not argue.
Well, as we had a couple meetings ago, I brought up the fact that we hadn't had a new contract since 2009, and I thought it would be prudent to update it, especially since we didn't know the reasons why work comp and liability was
Right.
covered by the town. And as Ms. Parsons suggested, I take lead on it. I did. So as a sponsor, and to eliminate any impression of conflict of interest, I want to own this one and bring it to council. And then, of course, in turn, get your perspective on the fire department side, and then bring it back.
Okay. So we'll be getting another updated contract?
You should have had it already, and then,
Not in my email.
No,
Let me go ahead and intervene there.
no.
We're close to a final version, I think, that tweaks what has already been, I think it's in tonight's agenda packet. What I'm going to do is when we have a final version, I'm going to circulate it among the council. I need comments and feedback from council members, preferably sooner rather than later. I've gotten comments and feedback from the fire department and from Connie, of course, but not much from anybody else on the council other than Scott. So what I'm going to do is when I get a final version completed, I'm going to circulate it. I need your comments soon so that I can circulate a final version.
and there's nothing time sensitive in the contract. I mean, budget's proceeding, everything's covered. It's just bringing the language current. And
So, Eileen, can you just forward a clean draft?
Pardon me?
Can you forward a clean draft? Clean draft
Yeah.
via email.
Let me do that.
Or he'll do that, okay.
Okay.
That would be great.
Mr.
yeah.
Berman, can you forward a clean draft? Thanks.
Yes.
So I don't have to dig it out of the, yeah.
So, any further discussion before we move on?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Item number 14, discussion, consideration, and action on application received from Curtis Glover asking for appointment to the Cross Timbers Water Supply Corporation. This is a two-part. We also have an application received from Gene Hillier asking for appointment to the 50th Anniversary Committee. But we'll have to handle them separate. So would it be possible for Curtis to come up and say a few words on your behalf in regards to your interest in the Cross Timbers Water Supply?
Sure. Curtis Glover, 170 Double Oaks Drive. Curtis Glover, 170 Double Oaks Drive. I'm here to volunteer and provide back to my town that I live in. Water service is an important part that's offered to not only the town but the citizens, and I think we need representation from the town.
Thank you for volunteering.
and,
Just out of curiosity, is it, I mean, are they taking applicants right now?
Right.
we have
You
an
have
open
We don't have
position.
anybody.
Oh, we don't, okay.
We don't have anybody.
Yeah,
There's an open
open
slot.
seat, gotcha.
Meaning the liaison for
Yeah.
it, or, okay. It just says Cross Timbers Water Supply Corporation in the agenda item, so I was trying to clarify. Mr. Berman?
Are we talking about appointing you as a member? A
No.
public representative?
The city liaison.
Let me see what the website.
I have a question, is that, this is my ignorance because I'm new to council, or fairly new. Is it, I don't know if legal's the right word, but liaisons from the town to other organizations tend to be town council meeting members, not members of the community. And I don't have any objection to that, I just want to know if that's appropriate or allowed or whatever.
Good question.
Please go for it.
It's not a legal issue, it's really an operational and administrative one. Ordinarily, liaisons are members of the council because they are here all the time and report directly to the council. But it's not because you're required to do that.
Okay, I just,
Yeah. Looking at our screen, so we have the unfilled volunteer fire department, which you volunteered
Yeah.
to be liaison
Yeah.
tonight, and then this is the only other one. As I understand, you know somebody on the Cross Timbers Water Board, so
Yeah.
knowledge there, I think could only benefit Double Oak, and we didn't have any volunteers last time this came up.
well, I know that our former mayor was doing that, and again, I have no objections, I just wanted to clarify from my own mind what was legally allowed or what was appropriate in terms of how we handle our liaisons from the town to other external organizations. Having residents on town committees within the town certainly makes a world of sense. This is just different, and just want to be informed.
So council,
So-
yeah, go ahead.
I do have a question. And this is just my memory is failing me, which one did Anita's husband, did we put as a liaison on? Was it this?
He is
Upper
the
Trinity?
Upper Trinity.
Okay, because I was going to say, do we already have a liaison? Okay, that confirms. I was just thinking in my mind that we had one. I wanted to make sure that wasn't who that was. Okay, thank you.
No, because he went at the last meeting and I went and met him because I was interested since Cross Timbers Water has a contract with Upper Trinity Regional Water District for some of their water supply. So I learned quite a bit from him since he's on the board.
Okay. Thank you.
And he was just a citizen being liaison for that then?
Correct.
And now you've got that job? Because your name is listed there. I have no objection to his volunteering. He has more connections there than I do, and to try to keep apprised of things happening with our water supply. It's a needed position to be filled. So if we have a volunteer, I hate to not take advantage of that.
Other comments, council?
I would make a notion then to nominate Curtis Glover for the position of Cross Timber Water Supply Corporation liaison for the town of Double Oak.
I'll second that.
We'll now move to vote. I would ask Town Secretary Eileen Kennedy to please call a vote.
Ms. Schoenred,
Aye.
Mr. Wizenhunt,
Aye.
Ms. Parsons,
Aye.
Ms. Hilliard,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Welcome aboard.
Curtis, thank you for volunteering. Discussion, consideration, and action on the application received from Curtis Glover for appointment of liaison to Cross Timbers Water Supply Corporation has passed. We look forward to the good work that you'll be doing for us in the future. Thank you.
Mayor Protem, did you have a Jody McCall that was on the list to talk tonight?
Yes, but she was asking about Kings Road.
Okay, because she sent a message to Double Oak and she's wanting to know when she can speak.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, we,
On Kings Road?
she just left? Okay.
Oh, okay, but she sent an email, so.
Okay. Well, yeah, we didn't have, she would have needed to speak during the
Citizens' comments.
citizens' comments because we didn't have an agenda item for Kings Road. So she may have got on the wrong list. If I can get her information so I can contact her after this, thank you. Second item on 14 is received from Jean Hillier asking for appointment to 50th Anniversary Committee. Jean, would you like to say a few words on your behalf?
I had a conversation prior to the meeting with Connie Schoenrad, and this is her committee, and she would like to put that on hold while the committee forms, storms and norms as they do, and that's fine with me. I just wanted to see if there's anything I could add, not as a liaison, but actually a committee member. So I suggest we just go along with that.
Yes. So we scheduled, before this meeting, scheduled our first gathering about it to put a calendar together. And there's those thoughts of a lot of cooks in the kitchen or many hands make light work. And so I just wanted to put it out to the current committee before more applications come in, because I love the enthusiasm about this, but this room only holds so many people. So our meeting is September 12th. And so I'm hoping to, because there's more people out there. No formal applications in, but there are more to come, I expect. So just trying to see where the committee wants to take it.
Meaning how large they want it to become?
Yeah.
How many do you have right now?
We have 5, possibly 6. I didn't see any other application come in to discuss about tonight, so there's like 2 in hold and 2 more I hear. So, but it's just a thought in an action, that's all. And Ms. Hilliard, she was agreeable to it, so, I mean, it's not the end of the conversation by any means.
Okay, so we'll take, so I heard you correct.
Yes, I'm going to respect her wishes since this is her committee and she's more current with what's going on. And if at some point in time it makes sense, I'll be back.
All right. Thank you for volunteering.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
So we'll take no action on the item. Item number 15, discussion, consideration, and action to appoint a qualified person to fill a vacancy in the office of mayor for the town of Double Oak. So here we go. What happens tonight? On August 1st, this town council voted 4-0 to accept the resignation of the now former mayor. When there is a single vacancy on the town council, it may be filled by appointment, which is what the town council is attempting to do this evening. Any qualified person, i.e. a registered voter in Double Oak who has resided in the town for at least the last 12 months, can be appointed to fill a vacancy on the town council, which includes a vacant mayoral seat. Approval for appointment of new mayor, nominations, and appointments can only come from town council members. An existing council member can be appointed to the position of mayor. If an existing council member is appointed to fill the vacant mayoral position, that council member will serve as the mayor for the remainder of the mayor's term in office, which will be in the next election cycle in May of 2023. For example, if a council member whose term in office expires in '24 is appointed the mayor, he or she shall serve as mayor until May of '23 and not beyond that date. He or she basically forfeits the balance of the term of council member and would need to run for re-election in 2023 for any vacant town position. It should also be noted that an existing council member cannot vote on his or her appointment as mayor. So now the process, and I've been working with town attorney on this, and I appreciate your support and your help, and we'll see if I got it right.
I'm listening.
I know you are. The presiding officer of the meeting will ask for nominations from the town council. The town council can nominate any qualified nominee. The nomination does not require a second. Once all nominations are identified, the town council will then take motions, seconds, and votes on each nominee in the order that they were nominated. Votes are taken until the town council has a qualified candidate with a majority vote. If a majority vote is not reached on any one nominee, the presiding officer of the meeting can move to have further discussion and possible second round of voting. If a second round of voting does not have a nominee with the majority of votes, then the town council will move on to the next agenda item, and the same process of appointing a new mayor would happen again at a future town council meeting. If a current council member is appointed mayor, the council would then need to appoint someone to fill the vacancy created by the council member becoming mayor. If this occurs, similar to the previous comments, the appointed council member will serve out the term of the council member's time left on council. In the event that a new mayor is chosen from someone on the town council on Monday, August 15th, the town council slot will be filled at the September 6th meeting. If a majority vote cannot be reached on any appointee, the mayor pro tem will continue to assume the duties as mayor until one is appointed or the current mayoral term is up. How did I do?
Very good, proud of you.
Thank you. Now, this is where I'll screw it up.
That's why I'm here.
So now I will call to the town council for any calls for nomination to appoint.
I would nominate Patrick Johnson.
Do we have a period of discussion here? Or
Not for nominations.
not for nominations at all? So even though it says discussion, consideration, and action?
I guess you could discuss it, but nominating candidates for election by the governing body is really a perfunctory, ministerial thing. You just say, I nominate whomever. Once we get all nominated, everybody gets an opportunity to nominate somebody. And you can't nominate somebody who's already been nominated, but what's going to happen is after all the nominations are in, really motions, seconds, and votes would be subject to discussion. But I guess you could, if you got something to say now, by all means.
My comment is, I feel like this is a little early and hasn't been properly communicated. If you look on our town website, there's no public announcement that former Mayor Booker resigned. There's been no communication to citizens, as we usually do through email and those sorts of things. So we have citizens who still don't know that our mayor resigned and that this process is going on. So I think there's possibly citizens out there who would be interested in serving or who would like to nominate a citizen that really have no idea about it unless they're reading the agenda and got down to number 15 on page 3. And so in my mind, I feel like this is a little early and premature because of the lack of communication that has occurred.
Yeah. Patrick, you looked me right in the eye in the last meeting, said you were going to send out a communication to the town before you put this on the agenda item. So I'm just surprised to see it on here, really, before the communication went out.
Yeah, I apologize. I guess I missed that and I forgot about our conversation. So
I had the impression that the agenda packages were kind of like the official communication to the town. We do supplement with website postings, and we do periodically see emails come out in the e-blasts, and that's, again, you got to sign up to get those things, so 100% notification to all townspeople. I mean, I know we can't talk about anything unless it is on this agenda.
I will add to that. I ran, when one of the items on my platform was transparency, and as has already been noted, we haven't used any of the official communications channels of the town so that people can talk about it and decide if either A, they're interested or want to nominate somebody. And so I agree that I think it needs to we have oodles of distribution lists for emails, and it needs to be posted on the town website and get that out there so that we can really find out how large the candidate pool is before we start the process of filling that vacancy.
in light of the conversations we just had, we will table the discussion and do the proper communications out to the town. And I apologize, Scott.
Thank
that
you.
I didn't get that done.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Item number 16, discussion, consideration, and action on approval or rejection of the Denton County appraisal DCAD tax rates for 2023 for Double Oak in reference to the resolution of the Denton County Commissioners Court's resolution disapproval of the DCAD 2023 budget. So if you are not familiar with what's been going on in the Denton County Commissioners Court recently, Judge Eads issued a resolution disapproving of the Denton Central Appraisal District's 2023 budget. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Whereas Denton County is a taxing entity within the Denton Central Appraisal District and relies on the Denton Central Appraisal District for appraising property within the boundaries of the county for ad valorem taxes purposes, and whereas the Denton Central Appraisal District operations are funded solely by the local taxing entities served by the appraisal district, which includes Denton County, and whereas on July 28, 2022, the Denton Central Appraisal District Board of Directors voted to approve of the 2023 budget in the amount of $17,997,944.33, an increase of 17.45% from the current 2022 budget. And whereas pursuant to Chapter 6 of the Texas Property Tax Code, each taxing unit has a right to adopt a resolution disapproving of the Denton Central Appraisal District budget. And whereas the Section 6.06B of the Texas Property Code further states that if governing bodies of the majority of the taxing units entitled to vote on appointment of board members adopts resolutions disapproving a budget and file them with the Secretary of the Board within 30 days after its adoption, the budget does not take effect and the board shall adopt a new budget within 30 days of the disapproval. Now therefore be it resolved, Denton County Commissioners Court disapprove of the 2023 budget of the Denton Central Appraisal District, and be it further resolved that this action demonstrates a lack of confidence in the Denton County Central Appraisal District. What this means is that the Denton County Commissioners Court has rejected the budget that was set forth for property tax. There's an article out there in, it's multiple articles, that basically talks about the budget increasing by over $3 million, and it's got a lot of critics. It talks about, they referenced key staffing issues, and the majority of the increase will go to salaries for new employees to help handle property valuations and protests. Regardless of the reasons offered, an increase from 15.2 to 18 million did not set well with some, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the Denton County Commissioners. Among the latest grievances was that DCAD once again needed to provide certified estimate tax rolls because fully certified tax rolls weren't available in time for the 16 taxing entities, which includes governmental bodies, school districts. As those entities go through their yearly budget process and set tax rates, the estimated numbers can complicate things, as county officials had dealt with. They unanimously approved the resolution. So what the ask here is that we have a discussion as it relates to if Double Oak wants to be a part of or issue a resolution also disapproving of the appraisal that we got from Denton County. And I know that in the budget, we plugged in some numbers.
I don't think it's the appraisal
No.
value. It's their
No.
operating budget that they're upset with.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's not.
No, this is how they came up with the taxes that they're putting out to all the municipalities. I did speak with Diane Edmondson on that.
But what we're being asked to do is to decide if, as a town, we disapprove of the budget that DCAD put out there, not the appraisal, as you mentioned.
Oh.
It's the I've been doing quite a bit of reading. Apparently, what is underneath this is, based on my understanding, is the department's dysfunctional, starting at the leadership, which is why a lot of work is not getting done in a timely fashion. And by disapproving their budget, that would, if enough of the entities that this letter went to would approve this, in other words, disapprove of their budget, they would be forced to make some changes that should improve the functionality of the department.
We have a citizen over here that may enlighten us a little bit here.
Enlightenment is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Emer Sanabria. I am representative of Denton Central Appraiser District.
I apologize. I should have called you up. I missed you on the list.
And it's okay, sir. Thank you. I got something prepared. I got some statistics, if I could pass that out to you guys, as far as our staffing issues. Could I do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am. Like I said, thank you for your time. I'm here representing Denton Central Appraiser District. Based on watching and attending these types of meetings, I don't think that the increase is what's really on the budget. I don't think it's the members, the numbers, the money, or how much the budget has increased. I don't even think it's about the staffing. And if it is, I've brought statistical data just to show you how bad we are in need of staffing. Instead, what appears to be in question is leadership. As an appraisal district employee, I interact with our leaders every day and with other employees. I've yet to see a disgruntled employee there. In my 20 years of military service with the United States Marine Corps, I've seen toxic leaders, I've worked with toxic leaders and in toxic environments. I hold a master's in science management, and I'm a week away from getting my MBA in human resources. I, with no reservation, say that the chief appraiser is no toxic leader and that there isn't a toxic environment at DCAD. The chief appraiser has implemented change, and when you manage change, there's a period of resistance. Okay, we've gone through that resistance change, and I believe that DCAT has gone past that. Based on my experience, they're past that stage, and now employees are adapting to the new culture. Replacing one person will not make a difference, but the consequences of denying the budget will have a big difference. I would like to make a comparison to illustrate our point. So in 2021, DCAT had 81 employees. Using 5 comparable sized CADs, that's the same size of area that they cover, they had an average of 135 employees. So that's about 54 more employees than we do at Denton CAD. Because of the number of employees, DCAD processed per employee 11,268 properties, while other CADs are only processing 6,900. That's a huge difference. I believe that you can send a message, but it doesn't require you to place DCAD in a position to fail. The county has been very vocal in its stance, but I also know that the chief appraiser has invited the county to come to our facilities, speak with our staff, sit through our ARB hearings, learn our processes. She's invited them to sit down with our managers and speak freely. She's invited them to meet with the leadership team to bridge the gaps. To this day, they have not taken her up on that offer. Being at DCAT every day, I know what's going on, and it's not the propaganda that you've been reading. Employees have put over 6,000 hours of overtime in the last 62 days. Toxic leaders and toxic environments do not breed an environment where employees will stay past their 40 hours. It won't. No one will stay past their 40 hours. That time will come and they will leave. So the fact that employees are doing 7,000 hours of overtime speaks for itself. If we want change by disapproving the budget, you're not going to provide the means to make change. You're requesting results without any willingness to invest. Replacing the chief appraiser will not substitute for a lack of employees. The ones that ultimately will suffer are your citizens as they continue to wait in ever-growing lines. DCAT welcomes you to visit anytime. I ask you to come to get to know our leadership team. I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised to see the environment at DCAT. We will continue to strive to provide your entities and your citizens with the best possible service we can with the staff that we have. I ask you today to outweigh what you've heard with what I've tried to explain to you, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize for getting out of order there.
Oh, no problem, sir.
So this was brought to us by the County Commissioner Precinct 4, Diane Edmondson, for us to put it on as an agenda and a discussion on it. And that's what we're doing here tonight.
So it does appear that the beef is nearly a $3 million increase in, for lack of a better word, their department's budget. They're not a department, but let's call it a department to make it simple to talk about. And I think that's coming out of the Denton County coffers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's probably where they're upset. It's not going to affect our no new revenue rate. It's not going to affect any of those other things because we already got the 90.1% estimate. So we crossed that threshold.
That is correct.
Yeah. So I just want to, I guess, put those points of clarification out. I don't have. I haven't read a lot of these stuff. I'd be curious, Gene, what some of the other things that you might have read or heard.
For one, and I've experienced this as a homeowner, they stagger when they send out the proposed tax rates every year. Ours are always, like, if they're supposed to be out May 15th, they'll come like maybe in the middle of June, maybe. I mean, they come out so late that all the other counties have their return if you're going to file a protest dates before we even get ours.
Yeah.
So I'm understanding that many of the ones that have been filed in Denton County aren't even going to get looked at until September. So and this is not just this year, it's been a continuing problem, and it's very obvious to people who are paying attention. And so I can't say anything about the morale in the office because I'm not there. I'm just looking at it from a homeowner's experience and, again, things I've been reading in various places, people who actually pay real close attention to this. There have been several good articles in the Dallas Morning News by the Watchdog, and if you read those, there's a ton of information in there. And I guess I respect anybody who does a lot of digging, and a lot of what has been in there and other places, you know, I've experienced. So I can't say that he's blowing smoke. That's just my personal experience and based on what I've read.
Thank you. And like I said, this is here for us to consider whether we want to or not. That's really all, it's not about, I had no position in it whether we should or not. It's a matter of asked by the Precinct 4 County Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
May I add a little bit to this? Jill Glover, 170 Double Oaks Drive.
Okay.
I too have spoken to a county commissioner, Commissioner Bobby Mitchell, and I had some of these same questions because there was an article out about it. And she also is encouraging us to reject and to not approve the Denton County tax rates as that they have asked for. They are very concerned about a very large group of citizen protests that were closed without any action taken, without those being looked at. And they are just, again, concerned about the impact on the citizens of Denton County. And so they are asking us to please vote, or for you guys to please vote no. So I would encourage you to take Commissioner Edmondson and Commissioner Mitchell's recommendation. Thank you.
When you say vote no, clarify.
Well, it's just a resolution.
So we
Disapprove the
vote no
budget.
on their budget.
Correct.
Disapprove the
We vote to approve this resolution.
To approve, yes, their resolution
Yes.
rejecting their budget. That's correct. It's
Negative thing again.
Yes.
Double
Yeah.
negative. and
It's sort of weird.
And truly, so, I mean, yeah, it's a staggering number when you look at the increase that they're asking for. So it doesn't appear that we have a resolution in this packet. Can't we just use the Denton County one, change the words to say Double Oak if we wanted to go that route? And
I actually started drafting a resolution a couple of minutes ago. The state law does require that we adopt a resolution disapproving the budget. It's got to be followed within 30 days of the day that the district approved their own budget, the board of directors. We can approve, you can make a motion tonight, a second and a majority vote to adopt a resolution, and it's just a pro forma resolution that's going to say nothing more than the town of Double Oak disapproves of the budget adopted or proposed by DCAD's board of directors, and the mayor can sign it tomorrow.
Okay.
If that's what you wanted to do. I mean, you can't we could plagiarize Denton counties, but
but roughly a base of it, right?
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, thank you for the clarification, yes. And it does state in the email that we got from Judge Eads, the resolution has to go to Denton CAD by August 27th.
So it's tonight.
Decision
15th.
needs to be made tonight,
Right.
yes.
Well, I move that we, is there more discussion? Okay, I move that Double Oak do not approve the budget increase for DCAD.
So
that's
help me out.
Because that's our disapproval. If we don't approve their budget increase.
Let's adopt a resolution.
Adopt a resolution.
Yeah, okay.
That disapprove.
Yeah, use their language.
Authorize the mayor
Okay,
to adopt a resolution to disapprove of the 2023 budget of the Denton County Appraisal District.
thank you.
I second that.
Much better.
I got a couple of years on you.
I'd like to ask Town Secretary Eileen Kennedy to please call the vote.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Hilliard,
Aye.
Ms. Schoenred,
Aye.
Ms. Parsons,
Aye.
Mr. Wisenhunt.
Aye.
Agenda item number 16, discussion, consideration, action on approval or rejection of Denton County Appraisal District's DCAD. The motion was changed to adopt a resolution to authorize the mayor, a resolution adopt a resolution authorized by the mayor to disapprove. Has passed. Item number 17, discussion, consideration, and action on setting the public hearing dates for the proposed budget and tax rate. I'm going to ask the town council for a little bit of assistance here. What did we do last year?
So what we did last year is not what's listed in this agenda item. And so this agenda item, when we had our special budget workshop on August 7th,
Right.
I believe, Treasurer Garrett walked us through exactly what we needed to do in this meeting. And what was outlined is the first step is we needed to vote to approve our maximum tax rate for the year. And then once that takes place, then we vote on public hearing dates so that the citizens know of that posted maximum tax rate. And based on this agenda item, well, I guess let's start there. So what's your proposed?
Well, no, just that, remember, by point of law, we must set the maximum tax rate first. And then we set the public hearing dates. So we cannot set the public hearing dates because we have not set the maximum tax rate.
Yes.
So the tax rate that we approved in the workshop.
We didn't approve a tax rate in the
we
workshop.
talked about
We
it.
discussed it.
It was just
Yes.
discussion.
Maximum proposed rate.
Yes, we did not approve that. We were slated to do that this week.
That was supposed to be this week, yes.
And it was, my understanding, was it on the agenda and got taken off, or, because I thought that
No,
was on
nothing
there?
on the agenda.
It never had the approving the maximum tax rate on the agenda?
It was there, and then we reworded it.
It was reworded.
Oh. So that kind of puts us in a pickle because now
Right.
It
we're
does.
going to have to find a time. That one requires a supermajority, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yes.
It does.
Now we got to find a time.
Yeah, I'm going back to the budget calendar that the town secretary provided, saying that we needed to do that by tonight.
Yes.
Because tomorrow it needed to go, the tax rate and the budget notice needed to go to the paper.
Yes.
It has to be done, Eileen, correct me if I'm wrong, that has to be published in the paper at least 10 days before the public hearing, which means, so I guess, hold on, let me back up. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a plan outlined, or should you?
Looking at the calendar right now. So there is no plan at this moment.
Okay.
So we need the town council's assistance to set the plan.
Okay, so basically working backwards from the date of the 6th, the Tuesday after Labor Day is what we had discussed as the public hearing. In order to stay lined up, we need to back up because there has to be time to post it in the newspaper. We need to have a meeting and have the rate approved and the public hearing set by, I would say, the 22nd, which is next Monday. So we need to find a time, and it's got to be posted, the agenda must be posted 72 hours prior. So even if we posted it tomorrow, the first time we could do it is Friday. So we need to find a time between Friday the 19th and Monday the 22nd for a supermajority council meeting, specially called meeting to try and rectify the problem. Does anyone have times that work for them, or times that they're out of town, or?
Monday nights, I don't know about anybody else, but Monday nights, since they tend to get set aside for council meetings at least twice a month, work for me. But I don't know about anybody else's obligations.
Check calendar.
No, it should be okay. I do have a question, though, because Casey, you were going to lead us through the budget tonight. And so, from my experience so far, we're all to submit agenda items and stuff. So being that this was tax-related and treasury-related, I mean, I think you had the opportunity to make sure that agenda item was on there. And if you sent it in, it got changed. I just don't know about that at all. But
Right, so my understanding is that it was on the agenda because we discussed it at the last meeting of putting it on the agenda. That was my impression. So when the agenda came out, and it didn't have that, the wording is not quite what I expected. And at that point, I'll be honest, I didn't look at it until after it came out on Friday. I had a medical procedure on Friday, so I didn't look at it until Saturday. But at that point, there's no time to make changes. I mean,
No,
so
no,
I don't.
I mean-
But we all discussed that. I mean, that was.
I thought Billy put it on. Didn't she not put it on?
Pardon me?
Billy, didn't she put it on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, and then,
It was on.
yeah.
And it got changed.
Changed?
So
It got revised.
It got revised. So it was on.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and look at my email of the first. Draft that I got.
So I'm available on the 22nd, just like Jean is. I don't know about others.
Yes, I'm available.
I probably am.
And basically, it can be an extremely short meeting because we make the decisions tonight, and then we put them on the agenda to be voted on at that point, because we just don't have an agenda item to vote to set the maximum tax rate.
That also gets the proposed. Because you have to have that special cover page for the proposed budget being given to the town secretary. That has to be done before the proposed budget is really given to the town secretary too. So there's a lot of things that fall in line.
Okay. And the 22nd is sufficient time still?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be sufficient. Yeah,
Okay.
because then I could get the the notice to the newspaper on the 23rd to have it published on the Friday, the 26th. And that still is within the 10 days.
Within the okay. Okay. So 7 PM on the 22nd? That's when we usually meet, so.
Works for me.
That's fine.
That works.
Okay.
So we will move to table this and this discussion and consideration and publish 72 hours in advance for a workshop at 7 PM on Monday, August 22nd. Move on to item number 18, discussion on 2023 fiscal year budget and tax rate. Town council, we can continue our work on the 2022-2023 budget, town budget.
Mayor Pro Tem, could we take a recess before we get to budget?
Yes, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess. It's now 10:18.
Sorry.
Oh, I already talked to her. Yes, I did find her. Yes, thank you.
So you're still the attorney? When you got up there and said, I've been a resident of this town for, I wanted
Okay.
to say, you know.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
But yeah, so far, they're still kicking around. Well, you know, yes, they are. That's what I can pay the big bucks for. Getting kicked around. You know, you used to be on the council. I mean, it was a long time ago. With, Kathleen, what's her name? But so am I. Yeah, I mean, it's be brown, but yeah, I know. It's, you know, I blame everybody here. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Glad you're still around. You know, we got P&Z and BOA positions available. I know. I'm thinking about one. Nothing hurts. Yeah, tell you, I'm not having much trouble with
Sitting too long. My knee doesn't
it. Sure could. Just, you know, fresh voice. Well, it just killed me when council voted to let the bronze tear down. That was such a huge deal, wasn't it? It was a big deal. Well, I mean, because basically, all right, so I gotta tell you that their site plan specifically places a building footprint that covered, I think, 2 out of 3 of the trees. I mean, and that's the ordinance. Right there. And they could move it around a little bit to get all 3 of the trees if you want. Well, you know, we got plenty of trees in that. Well, you know, I gotta tell you, that was something that was just also one of them was the most expensive country I've ever seen. But it was not an easy choice. And they took it down quick. Well, I'm sure before we change our minds. It was, you know, Wednesday was up, Monday it was gone. You know, state law now, the last legislative session, they adopted a provision of state law that says that the approval of site plans is already ministerial, just like the church. It provides with our ordinances, thou shalt not. So we plan on being faced with this mandatory obligation of the state law and the desire to preserve 1 out of those 3 trees. But you know, it's kind of like, well, you know, maybe they could cut down and give us some of the wood that we could use in our fireplaces in our grills and fill some furniture. That was not an easy choice, but we're kind of, you know, our decision making ability was very fast. No, I realize that. It was, that we had set aside for commercial development. And then, so that we could have some type of commercial tax base to offset the burden of taxes on our residents. And right after we went through that painful process, you were around back then, right? The church buys all 60 acres. I thought I was gonna have a house burning in there. It's a wonderful piece of double oak history, you know, yeah. It really is. Because you don't ever hear that happening anywhere else except here. Well, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Glad to see you around.
David, where have you traveled to? Yes.
Can't hear you.
I said, where have you been traveling to? We used to always see the pictures of your vacations.
I haven't gone anywhere. I went to California a couple of weeks ago for a family reunion over a weekend, and it turned out to be a COVID super spreader event.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not where you got it.
See, I had it like a month and a half. I got it from my wife. Who was a representative? I said, thank you so much. I told her I blame you for it.
She didn't know.
Yes, she did. Oh, yes, she did. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Scott coming in? Is Scott coming in?
Case, spreadsheet up there, right? Okay.
Yay! Appraisal district. Thank you, I've got some.
That's a good reason to go. Well, he comes back with
I can't hear you, sorry.
It is now 10:28. We will resume the council meeting. Casey, we can go ahead and continue on with our budget.
Bear with me, I'm not as good as Billy. She has lots of experience of doing this, but together we can make it through it. Okay, so this is basically the budget that we had at the workshop when we met together. The only thing I've changed is I've come down and I started, where these areas are highlighted, I was adding some formulas because at some point we need to start talking about salaries. And so when we make a change to a salary, the formulas for FICA and TMRS, which is the retirement, will automatically calculate. So I've got 7.65% up here for the FICA, and then down here on the TMRS, our rate is actually going up. So Eileen, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works is basically TMRS tells you what your rate needs to be based on all the actuarial numbers and all of that. So the employees continue to put in the same amount, which is 7%, but our 2022 rate was 8.1% for the town to put in. And so I know that looks like a bunch of mumbo jumbo if you're not used to formulas, but up there it's calculating the 8.1% on the salaries for the 6 pay periods that will be left in 2022. And then our new rate is 8.79% for 2023. And so it's calculating that piece on the 19 remaining pay periods for the fiscal year in 2023. Okay? And so I did that in each section where we have salaries. And so it is a little different if I go down to the bottom where we had zeroed it out with the council contingency, which you have to do for your proposed budget that we did at the workshop. It is slightly different now. I think it's about $600, well, I'll scroll down there. I think it's about $600 different because of that, because of a little bit of a higher rate. I need to look at my screen because that mouse is so delayed. That is hard. And so that's all. But then I guess We need to update for the insurance piece that we just approved, but that is spread over various line items. So that is tricky, isn't it? So basically, it's all the HDL lines, so the health, dental, and life for all of them. And I guess I could take the sum of all of them that are currently there and just plug one of them for the difference from what we approved tonight. Meaning don't spread it out across all the lines and just put it at one of those lines. Does that sound like that would work?
Well, and then revise it for the final meeting or something?
Yeah. Revise it, but just to give us a number
Yeah.
for
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So let me
That
see if
will
I
work.
can do that quickly. I didn't want to be a total fish out of water without my keyboard. Okay, so let's do a sum. All right, help me identify them as I come down from, we'll just work from the top down. So first piece is going to be, and actually, I need to go by the 2022 amount. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. So that's the only one there. That guy.
That's just a generic number.
Yeah, that is. But it'll still tell us the difference over last year's budget to what to change it to. You can do it that way.
Look at this,
The proposal sheet. Can you pull that one up while I have this up? I'm used to multiple screens at work. Oh, there's it. That one. Guess this will prove out his numbers over there too, huh? So it should be those guys.
Well, yeah.
164,073, and then the proposed.
While we're working through this, I just wanted to make note that I think I referenced Monday, the 22nd as a workshop. Since there's going to be a vote, it'll actually be a council meeting.
Good catch.
Find it. It was really deep in there, like page 80 or something.
Do you need that spreadsheet?
Yeah, that's good.
There it is.
Okay.
So, and it's the employer portion.
Employer person, so the last one, employer.
Oh, that's right, that one's different.
What's this one, but it's, I don't understand the difference between the bill.
Well, so our budget is different than probably what this is. So we want the employer annual premium, right?
Okay, so this is the, what we voted on.
So the 159,544, it's actually lower than what was in the budget.
I use it.
Yep.
0.44?
That's what our premium, that's what our pay.
So it's actually a decrease from what was budgeted?
Well, we plugged in some numbers and stuff, because we didn't know at the time. what it
Yeah.
should be and
Okay.
some other stuff,
Is your mic on, Scott?
so, no.
So, okay. That makes me nervous to drop it, but we'll do it.
That's our premium.
I'm just gonna take it out of this one that's closest.
Don't do a circular reference.
I know, that's what I was thinking through. Is
Just
it a
equals?
circular, just equal, but I gotta have equals what I have minus the 4.
Yeah, equals, minus.
Well,
45, 28,
yeah,
82.
I'm just gonna do this piece.
You're gonna circular.
I
request.
am? Okay. You're right. 45, 28, 82. Okay.
There you go. That should do
Why
it.
didn't that change? Oh, okay. Oh, the 600 I was looking at, what is? Oh, no. My formulas came in the wrong column.
Oh, you put them in there. Oh, and those you put
I
the
did,
five-year
because I was
average.
doing it here on a half screen type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. We will pivot to something else. I'm going to go to the one without my formulas, which is the original one. Sorry, again, apologies. I am not as good as Treasurer Garrett. Okay. We'll pivot to this one and do the negative 4528.
45, 28, 82.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So it's not going to have my formulas for the other, but we can figure that out as we go along as we need to. Okay, so do you want me, let's also pull out the council contingency that we plugged in there last time to balance. Where'd that guy go? Okay. All right, so.
What's left?
We have not talked salaries anywhere yet. I think based on.
Casey, did you update the other items that Eileen sent across for the
So it's
administrative?
came through so late,
group
so we could
items?
talk about each of those if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that real
Well,
quick.
I mean, at
Okay.
least have the numbers in there.
Yeah, no, I did not update those yet. So, okay. So, no, Denton Central Appraisal District. And I guess that's just their cost is going up, Eileen, for what they do.
I expect after our last resolution, it'll go down.
It'll go down. But we should, is that what this is, though? They're saying their costs are going up, the Denton CAD? Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll plug it in, but I do agree based on, we'll see how the resolutions go across the county, but. Okay, so we've got our 8237 on that one. And then you also had a proposed increase to the archive system from 3,000 to 5,000. And our actuals for this year, which these actuals are updated through August 12th. I did that.
Yeah, I thought it would go in the
earlier.
cloud, that was supposed to go down.
Okay, so from what I got from Ryan, is that's what we're supposed to be paying Laserfish out of?
Oh, so we're paying it out of a different budget.
Shredding that we do, and miscellaneous copies, I don't know what Randall's gonna do, but there's tons of class back there that we can't copy. We can't do anything with them, too big.
Okay.
So there's gonna have to be, I mean, last time I took a bunch of them up to a copy place and stayed with them while they copied them, so.
Sounds terrible.
Well, so the actuals were 712 so far this year. We're going to 5,000, and it's because it's in a different bucket somewhere, and we're just moving it to appropriate bucket. So are we seeing that come off somewhere else? I'm trying to follow.
Why it's at 712, Laserfish? There was something about the Laserfish that Ryan said, but I don't remember what it was. Okay, so I don't know
Should
why
be.
that's 712. What I do know is that Laserfish is supposed to be coming out of that. And that's the biggest hunk.
Well, for one thing, we haven't received a bill from Franklin for the Laserfish yet. We should probably get it in September.
Okay.
Okay.
So we haven't received an invoice, and what do we expect that to be? Do you know? Ish?
It's around $3,000.
Real
I
quick.
thought it was
So
like
we're gonna
3,400. Yeah, I think it was 3,400 is what Brian said.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna look at about $4,100 for the year then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and that 712 was a one-time shred. Sometimes we do have to do it twice. It's police department, it's the whole building.
Okay.
Well, it looks like it's usually 5,000. It was just jumped out.
All righty. And advertising, that is the advertising when we have that's something that needs to go to the newspaper, such as the rates. Here's Brian.
There he is. He heard his
us talking
name.
him
His
and
ears
let
were
him know.
burning.
I did hear my name. Something I wanted to point out with Laserfish is I do remember that it was somewhere else on another line item, and it needed to be moved to the archiving system. Another big pointer with Laserfish that I've mentioned, I believe, to the tech committee and to town staff, and especially the police department, is the PD will be getting their own version of Laserfish. There was kind of a mess up when we had gone to the cloud, not on our fault and not on Franklin Legal. We did everything correct. In fact, we got a free scanner over it when we went to the cloud. But the PD is basically going to be saving $15,000 because we're not going to have to buy Laserfish in-house again. So as soon as we get the new body camera system, we'll be able to get the PD going with their digital documentation server, which is a huge deal because I believe the previous quote was about $21,000. So I wanted to make sure that council was aware we just saved quite a hunk of money.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah, we like that.
Yes, good job.
So if we have that 5,000 budgeted in another account, he thinks, so you think it's still under administrative, or could it be?
I think the Laserfish hasn't been billed yet. I don't think we've received the bill yet for Laserfish.
No, but I thought Brian just thought that that 5,000 was actually in a different account. For Laserfish, it should be properly in the archive system account. So I was just wondering if we could find it and
I'm
remove it.
Not sure about that.
Or make a note to see where it was appropriated before, so we don't have to search now.
The point is, if it's in a different line item, we're gonna be looking at an actual scratching our head, why is it $5,000 more than we thought it was?
And
So,
be
yeah.
double budgeted for it.
Correct. So we want to avoid that.
Exactly.
I
So if
don't
you-
think we're double though, right? Because this was
If-
3,000
if-
and we're increasing it?
No. What we're saying is, if they put that
Put
in
it
an
somewhere
actual
else.
somewhere else, we're gonna scratch our
Yeah.
head and go, golly, they're spending a lot of money, and now we need to up that budget, and we're gonna increase that $5,000, and then we're gonna put this one for $5,000, so
Yeah.
yes, we'll
Double
double
it.
budget, and that's no good.
Okay.
So, I would appreciate knowing if, A, we did not get the invoice yet, and it's coming, or B, it's in the wrong line item, we found it, and we've moved it. Please.
Yes, sir. On the advertising, $1,700 last year was spent just on budget and tax hearing notices. So that's why we were going up to 2,000, because we still have notices going out for BOA meetings, P&Z meetings, or whatever we may have.
So I'm totally fine with that. I'm not really debating the $2,000, but why are the actuals showing $122? Is it somewhere else?
We haven't.
We haven't paid the bill for that?
Well, yeah, because we haven't published it yet, so.
Okay. So
when we
2,000.
Publish our public notices and stuff, yeah.
Okay, and then it looked like the next item that you had for a change was meetings. I
we just
don't even
upped
know
it
that we need to
50 bucks.
discuss 100 to
Yeah,
100.
that's usually a council reception.
Okay. And then office supplies, bumping it from 5,100 to 6,000. Looks like we bumped it down last year. Well, no, we bumped it down this year.
Moved it down this year, but looking at what we've used this year, I mean, last year we were at 107%, and this year we're already at 65%. So it just made sense to move it up a tad bit.
we only have 1.5 months left, so for 65% now, we probably won't hit 100% in a month unless you guys are stocking and you've got that expenditure you know you're going to do, so you need to cover for it.
Yeah, I think we based it on the 5-year average. I don't know, because it looks like we had 50, 59.
That's exactly what we did.
It was 5 years.
Are we expecting,
We're not.
or are
I
we
mean,
just thinking the costs are going up across the
we're
board
just
for everything
thinking
we're
costs are going
ordering?
up. The cost of paper and everything has gone up, so that's just what we're thinking, just to be covered.
I would say
That makes
based on the
sense,
amount of
then.
paper we have at our, our desk every time we come, I support that move.
I did ask him to duplex. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
The toner is the same, but, you know,
Yeah.
paper's paper.
Okay, so we're bumping this to 6,000 because costs are going up on that. Okay.
I think the next thing was my overtime. I usually come right in at about 5,000. That's between council meetings and it's between court and times like when people are out of the office and I'm having to do extra work to make sure I'm caught up.
Yep. Okay, and I think we were just basing it on the 5-year average.
Right.
Yeah, COVID's in there though, so court would have dropped it down. Lack of court would have
Lack of
dropped it
court
down.
would have dropped it down. That's a good point. Okay, so back to 5,000.
So I think the next thing is municipal court translator, which is going to be under other professional services.
Yeah, you mentioned that the other day. So that one appearance and for like 20
100
minutes or something?
$160 for 2 hours. They do a 2-hour.
It's a minimum 2 hour probably?
Minimum. We're already having to get one for the next court, and to be quite honest with you, there's other times that we could have used them, and I think we should use them, because I don't think it's fair to the defendant when we're not understanding what they're saying, they're not understanding what we're saying, and this is court. So it's one thing, we could probably maybe push the defendant to the next court date till we can get a translator, but we're looking at 480, we're looking at 3 times a year.
Yeah, I was
having to
gonna
use
say,
a translator.
3 times a year
Yeah.
is what I would put in there, so put 480.
Okay.
Yeah. Good to catch it and conclude it.
And then it looks like bumping this,
The court supplies, equipment, and software maintenance.
well, we skipped Brian's overtime. I think that had been increased because of the
Because of
council
these,
meetings.
yes, so we need to keep
So I
it
think
up
we need
there.
to keep it. That was based on that estimate.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
was,
Yes,
he
that
was
was
the
right.
one that said, take it down. That was what Ryan said. So we just said, we just want to make sure you're covered, and he's the one that said to take it down.
Interesting.
What was
I
he
think
suggesting?
We had put 8,000 and
Yeah.
he's suggesting 6.
Well, his current actual right now is 3714 with another month left. So maybe he's thinking it's not going to come in at
Yeah.
that.
But we've only
so
been
Yeah, but the
he's being more
3714 only includes a couple of council meetings, I think, yeah.
True. But we had bumped
course.
it up the 2,000 to cover the broadcasting for the meetings at
Mhm.
night. So be back at 6,000, 3714, and then like
Okay.
4,000 plus another 2,000. So I guess he's got his math there.
I
at
guess if it's
6,000.
coming from him, he knows what his hours are.
Yeah.
Here- I hear he comes.
There's the door.
He knows. It's kind of
He just
creepy
pops
how he
in here.
hears us.
Big Brother's watching.
So it's not that I don't love overtime, but in an effort to save money, I can burn and flex hours during the week, because there are times, especially with overtime with the IT, where I have to get here early or I have to stay late because we have to do it before or after hours. So, going from 8 to 6 is pretty reasonable, and it just makes sense to me. So,
As
because
long
I can
as-
flex time. Now that we're fully staffed with Randall up front,
He can do
that definitely helps out. So I saw an opportunity to save $2,000.
As
Okay.
long
Thank
as
you.
it,
Yeah.
you feel like it covers your needs and stuff, then Yay.
And we're
Yay, you.
Yeah, and we're asking more of you to come in for these meetings, so that gives you some flex too, to where you're not feeling, if there's things you needed to do that you normally would have done during this time, that allows you that ability still.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For example, today will probably be a 16-hour day for me.
Yeah.
So
But
I'm not
then-
as inclined to want to come in early tomorrow.
But then when he goes, I want to go home early, we're like, okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay. Well,
thank you.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Okay, and so then, sorry, Lynn, I think we interrupted you. You were
No,
talking about
that's
court
fine.
supplies on the next one?
Yeah, so with all of the Tyler software, we're taking approximately $4,000 out of the restricted court technology, and that will go towards the annual maintenance, but we're going to be about $2,000 short. So we're looking at adding, it said 5,100, we're looking to go up to 6,000. Brian and I sat down and we figured between what we've used for everything out of that account, plus the 2,000 to pay for the rest of the Tyler annual maintenance of the software, that the 6,000 should be sufficient.
I can't argue with that. I'm good.
There was such a large amount in there because of the Tyler content management, which
Yep.
we just haven't got the bill for yet.
Okay. Right, we had budgeted quite a bit for that this year. I gotcha. Okay.
I think the only other thing was the salaries.
Yep.
And then I do have a breakdown of the TML insurance, general liability, workers' comp, property.
Let's plug that in. Is it broken out between the different groups as well on here?
Yes.
Okay. You want to guide me? Or how do you want to do this?
Okay, we, under admin,
So I've got-
under general liability, right there.
Yep, this guy right here, okay.
358582.
Okay.
And then you go down to 53016, 116.
5301. Am I missing it?
53, 53105.
Oh, here it is, maybe this, is it the code enforcement liability insurance?
That would,
Did you say 530116?
5301116.
Okay, TML.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is 76839.
Okay.
And then 550262.
Right there.
Two, right here.
Is 12,550.37.
Okay.
And 570021.
Okay.
Is 8,708.42.
Okay, and the one for court clerk is, I guess, up in admin, maybe?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right.
Then
Go back.
back up to 521192. This is workers' comp.
Yeah, you got higher. You go wrong way.
Oops, sorry, thank you. 5211,
Right there. I see it.
which one am I doing?
Row
Workers' comp?
101.
521192.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe I just ought to go all in the groups instead
It's
of
fine.
up
Yeah.
and down.
Whatever, no, we can work this way, it's fine.
Okay, 89160.
89160, that went down quite a bit.
Well, our actuals are 793, so we just, our actuals are 793.
We just, okay.
Yeah, we
budget.
just over budgeted, yeah.
So workers' comp now for. public works.
530273.
530273. Okay. Got it?
44580.
Okay.
And then 550278.
Okay.
17,832.00.
Look at the actuals again.
Yep, 17,832.
Mm-hmm. And then 570022 is 312060.
Okay.
And back up to property, 521090. Oh, I guess we lumped that together.
5210.
So you need to add these two together.
This guy.
Right there, yep.
Where am I?
You're on the-
80990. Did that come out to
Oh, no.
430?
80990.
Uh-huh.
4395 72.
42. Okay.
Yep. Let me hit save for safety.
Your
Actually, I'll
auto
just turn
saves
auto
all
save.
of them.
Well, I had it turned off intentionally for my purposes the other day, yeah.
530116. You can just change that to 94194.
Okay.
I was looking at the wrong-
94194.
Wrong thing. 550262.
Okay, and am I changing the whole thing again?
Total of 15,385.02.
Okay.
And 570021.
Okay.
10,675.32. Where am I? Okay, 521192, I think we already did that.
521192. Yeah, we put 89160.
Yeah. And then 430273.
Or
43? Like my
We've already
account?
done, those are all the workers' comp. We've already done those.
Yes.
So that's all of it.
Okay. So we think we have all the insurance updates then?
Mm-hmm.
So those are based on the 23 contract rates, but the building contents and
That has
haven't been
not
updated yet?
No, that
So-
has not been updated. So the workers' comp?
Yeah, I
is
saw the new numbers there.
Good, yeah. Property, it may change if and when we get an appraisal or just decide to up the coverage.
Well, so what I was wondering about is my home insurance and stuff, we kind of estimate ourselves. Is it appropriate in the town to do an appraisal on the accountants, on the contents of the buildings? Or we kind of do a departmental guesstimate? Because the values, even Jeremy Gills, who I talked to, he thought we were underinsured, and we are. So that's going to affect our premiums, of course, when we go up from, say, the fire station from 49,000, and you come up with a new number of what's contents in your building. And then just make sure our vehicles are all update, and sirens, and we're going to put another siren
Yeah.
in town, so I just let y'all know when those numbers come in, the premiums are going to go up again. But in a town, do you go and get an appraisal first? Or do you kind of shoot from the hip and look at your department and say,
like
it would cost us $1 million to
Rich
replace
told me
it?
today that TML used to come out and do the appraisals, but they don't do it.
They don't do it anymore.
I think what Connie's, so they won't even, like, if you say, I have $1 million worth of stuff I want to insure, they won't just say, okay, here's what it costs for $1 million?
I think you'd have to prove that you got that.
Well, later you do, but
Yeah.
if it actually burns down, you got to prove you owned it. But you can always pay for $1 million worth of coverage, right?
These are the numbers where we're
Yeah.
at.
I'm just curious because, like Connie said, that's what I was
We
expecting.
don't want to be
What?
underinsured. Yes. We don't want to be underinsured. They haven't been updated. And so, I mean, I'm just wondering, could we make an educated guess about servers and stuff and what we have to protect and ask for $1 million contents coverage on a building, let them come back and say, that's got to be, verified with an appraisal, but you're going to be hurting if we have a tornado come through. We're going to be hurting in the town as, whole, so we got to call TML to find out.
Okay. I
Well,
agree.
he did suggest that it's like for the building itself, if we got like a commercial contractor to give us an idea of what the cost per square foot is to build a building is now, and then take our,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do need to put the question out, what do they need from us as far as appraisal? Do we have to get an official one, or can we provide them a number? And that's what I was hoping the departments could look in their capacity of what they have and get your feedback from the
Yeah,
firehouse.
I'll have to do one of mine.
To, and your equipment to your vehicles.
Yes.
And based
Well,
on the year and the
Yeah,
sirens.
I guess I assume the vehicles are covered on the vehicles, but
They are.
the stuff in the vehicles, my SCBA's, my rescue equipment, right, all that stuff
Right.
is not cheap, right? It's
Right.
not $49,000, I can tell you right now.
So just verifying, these are the items indeed that we're
Yeah.
covering over there.
Right.
Just needs to be updated, so when we do these premiums, we know we're gonna be able to cover it
Right.
in the budget.
Okay.
So I guess that's your task item, to get with them and find out what we can do to make sure we get it updated. Or I can call, I don't know. I just want it covered.
Okay, so I think at some point, we've got to start talking salaries. And on the administrative budget that Eileen sent over, she is showing 3% increases. So basically a cost of living increase, which is, my understanding has been pretty much with the standard. Maybe Scott, you can let me know if that's been kind of the standard in the past, but we need to start talking salaries and which way we're thinking, what we're
Yeah.
thinking.
The standard's usually 2.5 to 3, somewhere in that bucket for just a standard merit. We still need to do a review, I guess. I don't know, I mean, we rejected the salary survey and by the way, I don't disagree with that. That $17,000 was well saved. When you can just pick up the phone and call around the other towns our size and
Do a FOIA release.
yeah, get a recommendation. We can plug 3 now.
At least see where it gets us.
See what that does to us. Color coded or something like that is an item we want to come back and review and look at. I guess my thought, because I look at what the corporate world's doing, is probably around 2.5, unless we have justification, right? Showing why it would probably tend to be a little bit, skewed a different way, so.
Yeah, it's typically 2 to 2.5.
Yeah.
And then there's criteria set for anything above or below.
Yeah.
Have we,
So you're wanting to put in 2?
Let's do 2.5 and see where it goes.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
don't, just because I said that doesn't mean it's set in
No,
stone. Yeah.
but got to start somewhere.
Yeah, and like you do in the regular corporate world there, right? If the person's more deserving or if the salary's off, I mean, through my career, I have actually gotten 3 off-cycle increases, right? Because the corporation was just not paying enough and people were leaving in droves. I get it. So, I mean, there's times when it's justified to to look at a higher number, but unless we provided the justification, I think 2.5 is a good cost of living increase.
Okay.
So inflation isn't temporary.
No, inflation's never temporary.
We're only wishing it was.
So, couple of questions. Also, Eileen, it looks like the longevity pay for the administration, I guess maybe you did a calc based on what it should be, and that's where the 1540 is that you're bringing in instead of the 1800?
That's correct.
Okay. We didn't update that one earlier, so we'll update that now. And we did update that overtime number. Okay. And so I did plug in my TMRS calc. So that should be calculating off of the 2.5% increase on that now. I'll have to kind of do that as we go down. It is a little tricky. Okay, and so that FICA's calculating, but I need to do
That one's done.
TMRS. No.
We did that one, didn't we?
No,
Oh,
I
we didn't?
haven't. TMRS is calculated based on those weird rates that I told you.
Oh,
But I think I have it on my other schedule. It looked like I plugged it in wrong to the one I was gonna present to you guys, but I think this one, no, not that. This guy is gonna be correct. So TMRS, so that's calculating off that, it's 0.81, okay, and then 0.879. And color this guy peach, because we made a formula there too. It's like watching somebody make sausage, isn't it? Sorry.
Put me to sleep.
Sorry. You don't want to do spreadsheets all day? Okay, so the FICA here, oh wait, no, sorry. We'll come back to that. This needs to be the 7.65. Now, I will say, I feel like when it comes to the police salaries, I think we need to kind of look at them differently. And I think, especially when we talk about being competitive in hiring and competitive in retention, I think especially when it comes to the patrol officers, so more this officer's salary line versus the chief and the assistant chief, I think we need to look at a substantial increase again, because I feel like it is still way below what is happening around us. And we've gotten feedback from a lot of citizens saying that as well, and that that we need to be paying competitively for the towns around us that we're competing with. Just like they said, that, you know, the one officer picked Bartonville over us because the pay was better and there was a signing bonus. So I've just a really quick, this is what we currently offer to our starting patrol. And this is what the salary would look like with the different increases. So especially if we only look at a 2 or a 2.5% when we're considering patrol, that's hardly anything. And we still would not be competitive. I think we have to make a substantial increase to be competitive. So I know Jean and I met with Chief Rivas a couple of weeks ago, I don't know, a week ago or something, and we talked about, he actually called some chiefs while we were sitting there and was telling us, so Bartonville starts theirs at 57,000 to 70,000 was what that guy said over the phone, with a $1,500 sign-on bonus, and the range there depends on their experience, their years of experience. He also called, it was Krugerville and Crossroads, right? Were
Yes.
these? And so I think it was Krugerville, you would have to confirm these, I think I wrote them down right. Krugerville was 62,000 to 65,000 starting, and they expect a 3% increase this year is what their council has communicated to them. And Crossroads, starting, if you have less than 5 years, you start at 68,000. And if you have 5 years or more, you start at 70,000. And actually, I don't remember which of those two chiefs it was when he called and talked to him, but we could even hear him say, "Are you kidding me? You don't need to compare to me. You need to compare to Argyle and North Lake and the ones that are around you. And they're paying more than we are," was his comment.
Actually,
So-
Krugerville and Crossroads have combined into the
Is that what it was?
the
Yeah.
Northeast PD.
The Northeast
on my
PD, they
notes,
combined?
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what, okay.
Yeah.
So we had
Krugerville's
those.
or Crossroads is a little.
Yeah, so it's the two are.
They
Huh?
split again?
They split.
They're not individual police departments.
Okay, and maybe
Well-
that's why we got two sets of numbers, because I have two lines here. But still, in all those lines, we are so far below. Sorry, go ahead,
Oh,
Scott.
I was just gonna say, I think Crossroads is a little more affluent than we are.
Yeah. But,
Yeah, they have a Walmart.
Okay. All right, I didn't know they had a Walmart. But I do think I think we have to look at
So
it kind of in those buckets. to
Where's
say-
North Lake? And we've got Bartonville at a very large range, right? That was a huge range.
That is a huge range.
What's North Lake at?
So North Lake, and Assistant Chief Gaines, you're gonna have to help me on some of these. What's your latest number? Because so the study they had was old and they were updating it.
This is still, I guess y'all need to hear this. This is still kind of the latest from last year, or earlier this year. North Lake starts at 62,129.
Okay.
And also that is, so that number is based off of a 40-hour week or an 80-hour pay period. So our 57,135 is actually an 84-hour pay period.
Yes.
Which brings us, when you're looking to compare, it brings us down to 54,412. So when you're comparing against the Bartonville and those, Argyle on this, and this, I don't know how, I mean, like I said, these numbers are a little dated. Argyle started at this point at 64,934.
And I do like the idea of a sign-on bonus. And the reason I like the idea of the sign-on bonus is you don't pay the 3% year on year on that.
That is correct.
That is
Yep.
correct.
Yeah, and most signing bonuses, you can also have a
Retention.
A retention.
retention to it,
Yeah, you
yeah.
got to stay for a year or something, which also helps us in the fact that, you know, as Jean mentioned below or earlier, you're hiring, you're paying those costs up front. So you're paying for equipment and uniforms
And
and
training.
all of that in training. Yeah, so it does help with that.
So North Lake 62, Argyle 64, those are our neighbors.
Mhm. And that's compared to, you would compare it to us on an 80-hour week, which would be 54. So you kind of have to skew it. It's a weird.
I understand, but.
Yeah, but we also want to look at the benefits too, because again, it's a package deal. So I think we need to come up, but I don't know that we're going to be able to match salaries. I mean, I think.
Meaning staying at the 100% for employees and 75% for families.
Yeah, I mean,
and
since-
not coming up as high on the salary.
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be a compromise there. For example, like North Lake, assuming this is still accurate, it's 100% employee and 0% for family. So since we're doing some family, we need to take that into account on
Yeah.
the salary side. Just,
Well-
you know, again, because it's the whole package.
No,
Right,
really, you're
yeah,
right.
you're looking at
You're
comprehensive
right, And that's
benefits.
what, about,
And the hard thing about when you get behind, like we've got behind, is you
Yeah.
can't catch up all at once.
Exactly. I think we
Because
need
you've got
to
to work
make,
within the budget. So what we need to, not just this budget session, but we need to take into consideration what needs to be done the following year.
right, we need to make a move. And
We
I
got
don't
to
think we can
start
do
a
it all in
move,
one.
but it's tough to do it all at once.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's exactly what we did last year.
Yeah, that, we
were-
recognize that too.
yeah.
I was just thinking of all the flack I caught
But
for
this applies only
9.5%,
to the-
and we're still way behind.
This
But this-
applies only to officers,
Yes.
not
Patrol
every,
officers.
not every employee.
Yeah.
Just
Yes.
officers.
Yeah, because last year
That's
was,
where I think things got off kilter last year.
because it was across the board.
Yeah, we did across the board.
And I don't think we can afford to do that. So, I mean, if we're going to play, if we're really going to be competitive where we need to be, this is where patrol officers are where we need to start.
So do any of these towns use the federal law enforcement officer pay scale grid? It's like,
I don't know.
it's 10 phases, it goes by rank. It's got 10 ranks, and it's used for law enforcement pay rates.
I
And it gives
understand what
regular
it is,
schedule.
But I
and
don't
stuff.
know if they do.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so,
I
Connie.
think
The answer to your
especially
question
for
is no.
small towns, I don't
No.
think so. I think
They do market
large towns
studies.
do.
They do market studies with other agencies in the metroplex, and that's how they raise theirs. And it's becoming very competitive right now, because
It's a
nobody can hire
nationwide
anything.
problem. I mean,
Nobody can hire
recruitment,
anybody.
there's more jobs than there are people.
Yeah, I was reading in the Dallas News that they're 500 officers short.
I
They
was
were
going
on
to
the
say,
news
it
last
is,
Dallas, and it's like, whoa. I
Yeah.
mean, it's like, where's the talent pool?
yeah, and it is very different than the nationwide shortage that you're talking about for employees in general. The law enforcement community is very different in that right now. I mean, it is very, very hard to hire, and like I said, they can go anywhere they want.
Well, same thing for teachers. I mean, there are just places where there just is more demand than there is supply.
Well, I think for the purposes of the budget, we should settle on a target that we input into the budget and then see how the totals fall
Falls
out.
out, yep.
And was the patrol officers, was that a 9-person head count? Was that what it was set for last year? Or is it 6? Because I was trying to do the math on your total salary in that category, and that was like at 47,000 per.
Well,
But
it
I know
depends
where
on,
ad is.
It's not 9 in that category, is it? So the way it's done on the budget here, let me switch back over to that.
Yeah, switch over.
And quite honestly, that was something, we're gonna have to look to Billy and Eileen too, because she did that. So we've got the chief and the assistant chief separately stated, and so then my understanding is this officer's salary
Yes,
is
that.
all of the patrol and the sergeant investigator.
Which, how many people would that have
That's gonna
been
be
for
a
last
question
fiscal year?
for Chief Gaines.
Is that the
Um,
9 officers?
no,
Or-
that would
No.
be 7.
No,
That's
it
divided by
should've
That
been
would be
7.
7, if we had 6 patrol officers plus a sergeant.
Yes.
Yeah.
If
and
we
you-
were fully staffed.
Yeah.
Okay, so 425,440 divided by 7 gives you $60,000, 777 each.
And it's not divided equally because it's based on,
You got to include the
When you were
increases
here and
along
increases
those.
along
the
But
way and all
those
that.
are also separate. Longevity and incentive and overtime are separate categories.
no, but you have to figure they hired on at different points. And so they hired on at a different base salary. And then the sergeant has a different starting salary as well, is my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
the sergeant is in that. So it's
So-
a different,
All right.
In order
You
to
have
do
those.
this, we've got to take the sum of the remaining officers and look at where they're at in their salary range to determine, some to get them up to a certain point, some may get more than others depending upon
Experience.
experience,
Yes.
time served, all of that. So it's not let's just
simple
slide it
number,
down the
yeah.
spreadsheet and go for it.
Right.
And then, obviously, there needs to be discussions with the chief as well,
Correct.
as it relates to, do they, don't they, should they, that sort of thing. Because there
Correct.
might be those who just overly excelled. And I realize that from what he had stated a couple meetings ago, that they don't do merit, but I do believe that performance still means something and should be a
Absolutely.
part of it.
Absolutely. Well, you have to start with a base,
Correct.
and then you go from there.
Right. And I think the work that some of you are doing with Chief Rivas, what I'm doing with Chief Rivas, looking at a different portion of it, I think when it comes together, we're going to be able to piece together the story as to what, it should start to tell us what we need to do.
Correct.
I think what's been missing is that it's always been a piece here and a piece there. We need to put it all together to truly evaluate it.
Correct.
Yep.
And then we put together our recruiting, our retaining, whatever else Scott referenced, possible bonuses, things like that. All of the above is on the table for us to do to get to this point. But until we get better data that'll help us tell the story, we're at a disadvantage.
And you got to understand, we're putting one salary, just a base starting salary out on our
When you
ads,
post.
and we're not giving them any kind of range for experience. And so nobody's going to look at that when you have just one base
Right.
pay and that's it.
Well, and that goes back to, again, we have to have a recruiting strategy.
Absolutely.
And just throwing a number on a website is not a recruiting strategy. It's usually a strategy for basically getting nobody or getting sometimes the not so great. And we can put together as a town, I believe, a good package. We are not going to be at the top. We definitely got to get out of the bottom. And I think to represent the town properly for our future officers and our current officers, that we owe it to them to put together the right package.
Absolutely.
And to go sell it to them and to sell it to the future officers.
Yes.
So I agree 100%. Do we think we can squeeze, well, we got some time.
For making tonight or just
No,
in
no, not
general?
tonight.
The budget?
No, no. Holy crap.
Okay.
How late you
So I
wanna
was
go?
just looking at the calendar. We basically, so we have our special meeting called for next week. And then we have 2 more meetings. And the second one is when we have to adopt the budget and the tax rate. So we have one more meeting to really set it.
Correct.
Yes,
then-
and I guess that's what I'm saying, is
come
like,
back.
I agree wholeheartedly. Can we get it done in 2 weeks?
Can you scroll down to see where we are now?
As far as,
Yeah, and actually,
That package.
we
number?
stopped, we didn't go all the way
Or
down
the
to
package
Brian's. Let me
itself?
do-
Like, I guess we can throw a number up there, and then we can create the package later that falls within the number, but I would like to put a little bit of thought into, like, 10 to 20 years, maybe that should be 64,000, right? 5 to 10 years, maybe that's 60, right? And below that, maybe we start them keep them at 57. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is, right?
No, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying,
And
yeah.
then, what does that do to the budget, right?
correct.
Oh,
Yeah. Just some
So-
modeling.
Yeah, it's modeling, yeah, it's a good word for it.
Hold. Treasurer Garrett is texting me that we need another workshop the week of the 29th. Hi, Billy.
Alrighty then.
That is, which I know that you're on vacation. Is that
No,
right? You're out or-
the night of the 29th, I am available. If
So
you go the
she-
30th, you will not get Scott.
It would have to be the 30th. I do know she discussed with me before that she confirmed, and her mom's last appointment is on the 29th. So
So
she
it'll
wouldn't
be
be
the
able to
30th.
be available until the 30th unless she texts me something different. But that was what she had shared with me before.
Okay.
Well, I guess you can continue to run it. On the 29th.
Well, do it the 29th without her, because then we'd have the full
Yeah.
group. Okay, I can do it.
Good practice.
You're doing a okay job.
Wow.
I love when Phyllis starts laughing, you know it's good. Okay. So, we've derailed. So we're talking the 29th now. Are we
Budget,
checking?
7 o'clock.
I
I'm
just need to
available.
double check my work calendar real
Yeah.
quickly. Okay, that looks like it works for me as well. So we're going to do
Everybody
a budget
else?
workshop. Anybody else? Okay. At 7 PM on the 29th is the plan.
Yeah, it works. That works.
Just for budget, right?
Right.
So is it going to be a meeting or a workshop? I just,
Are we voting on that
No, we
night?
don't vote. It's
No.
just a workshop.
It's just a
okay.
work-
So
just-
we don't
Right.
vote until September 19th, when council adopts a budget and tax rate.
Yeah.
So prior to that, now, we will be voting on the 22nd for the rate.
And that's a
Um,
meeting.
And after we vote on the rate, we can set the public hearing date too.
Yes.
So there's
we-
two things we need to vote on the
Two things need to be
22nd.
on the agenda for that one. And actually, so it might be good to discuss that briefly right now, just as a reminder. So you can be thinking about it leading up to that. But the way that works is, what we're doing is we're first setting our maximum tax rate. And this was the one where Billy was talking about, remember, there's the voter approval rate, like if you did that or above, it could go to a voter, like it could go to a vote by the town. And so just to let you know, historically, what we've done is we just go slightly underneath that rate as our maximum tax rate, knowing that we have no intention of going to that, but it's just kind of it's a formality, I guess is the best way to put it, saying we wouldn't go any above that.
It's a safety factor.
A safety factor, that's a good way to put it. And so our voter approval rate is 0.217054. And so I would just, in my mind, I think we pick like 0.217050 or something. That's kind of what we did last year, just kind of rounded down.
Right.
And so it should be a quick meeting unless anyone has, think about it, and if you have some sort of disagreement with it or discussion you want to have. But that's kind of, just to outline it, that's kind of what we've done in the past, just an idea. And then we will also vote to set the public hearing, right, on that,
Correct.
the date, okay, on the rate increase possibility.
2 items.
Two items.
The order is important.
Yes.
Yes.
And we should be able to look at last year's agenda for proper wording.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I
Yes,
think then we're at a good stopping
Usually Eileen does a
point.
good job providing the wording to us, because there's very specific words you have to use there.
Yes.
Yes, very specific words you
Yes.
gotta use, yeah.
And Connie, I am not ignoring you. I realize you asked, you wanted to see where we are at the
Oh,
bottom.
yeah.
So this is not going to be very accurate because I still need to update the TMRS rates and everything. I haven't done that for like the police
Well-
and those. And actually, let me drop in at least an increase for Brian and his FICA increase,
Yeah.
because I at least can do those quickly.
And I would expect we have rate increases on the insurance coming
That
at us too.
FICA is not right.
So,
What? Something, well, I thought I did, let me, what? Oh, no, I know what I did. I did value instead of formula. I was like, it is way off. Why didn't the other one's still value. This guy. Oh, that's why I didn't do it, because they're also challenging. You have to kind of pick the different. Yeah, but see, it's gonna do, okay. This is where it gets tricky. I got it, hold on. We're gonna bring this guy down here. I'm not gonna be able to do it for all of them though tonight, because.
Yeah, no, that's,
Especially when it comes down to the police, you pick up so many different lines between longevity and incentive and all of those. This line is a little bit easier, but that is something that we could have Eileen circulate after I have time to play
Yes.
with it.
yeah, we'd like to get, as soon as this gets
Yeah.
updated and accurate, we'd like to get a soft copy of it.
And I'm just gonna leave that because it's not right. We'll fix that later. Undo. Yeah. I will have to see when I can get it to you. The next 3 days for work for me are sun up to sundown for a workshop. So, we'll have to see when that can happen. And who knows, maybe Treasurer Garrett can help me.
Yeah, what's the bottom?
Any time to review, it'll be helpful.
Yes.
So it's not close at all, but right now we still have,
Okay, all right.
yeah, because we're showing a decrease right now.
Yeah,
of
we
1.6, yeah.
did a lot of the insurance, was a lot of decreases.
Yeah, they were compared to the budget, so,
Mhm.
okay. So we'll continue to work with it, and then we can distribute a spreadsheet, hopefully by Friday, so that everybody can look at it over the weekend.
That'd be good.
Do we have anything else on the agenda?
No, just some staff announcements. Casey, thank you for taking the lead on this with the treasurer out. Very much appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Item 19, council and staff announcements and any other comments. The first one is Town Hall will be closed Monday, September 5th, 2022, in observance of Labor Day. Is there, council, is there any other further business to discuss or citizens? No further business? Is there a motion from the town council to adjourn?
I so move.
I second.
Second.
All right, at 11:33, the meeting is now adjourned.